Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing some Pokemon for the first time in a little while on this channel. I got a little bit inspired recently by this video about about which Pokemon could take on Watson, because supposedly he really warps the entire metagame for Ruby and Sapphire more than any gym leader in history. I wish I could remember who made this video, because unfortunately it was like 4 weeks ago at this point. I'm very slow when it comes to making content. Which means if I get an idea, usually my inspiration was like 4 weeks ago or longer ago. So I can't give credit to that person, but if you're interested, you could probably search it and find it. It's just a video about, Watson in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Anyway, what really stood out to me is you don't actually need like one Pokemon to sweep through Watson. You can just kind of, like, even if you're going with stricter challenge type rules, you could use, like, I think 3 Pokemon, like if you were going to do 3 Pokemon of your own against 3 of Watson's Pokemon. And I think one of the best types to do that is actually grass types, because Leech Seed is so powerful. So then I started thinking about whether or not you could just beat the entire game with grass types, and I think the answer is probably yes. So I want to try doing that. Before we start, I'm going to set my options. I don't like battle animations. And I usually like to set some kind of frame that's different from the default frame. I usually pick at the time, like this one's pretty good. I like this one too. I use this one a lot. Frame 15 in Ruby and Sapphire. By the way, I'm one of the very few people, probably in the entire history of the world, who likes Ruby and Sapphire more than Emerald. It's a very strange thing. I don't know why. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, because Emerald is just a more complete version of these games. But I think in Ruby and Sapphire, the gym challenge is a lot harder. And I also like how at the end of the game, you have Steven as the champion instead of as a post-game boss. I like Steven more as the champion, more than I like him as a post-game boss. And Emerald in particular creates a very specific problem where you end up with Juan as the 8th gym leader, who has the same set as Wallace, and then Wallace as the champion, who just has like a modified version of his original set. So you end up fighting like the final boss of the gym challenge is like the same, almost the same as the final boss of the Elite Four. And I know that the whole point of this region is that it's like really heavily based around water, but it just didn't work for me personally. Oh, I was gonna name our character Gardner. We don't have enough letters. I guess I'll just name him Gardner. In fact, let's do it this way. Because we don't have enough letters, we'll do Gardner. Okay, so I have 3 goals for this challenge. Number 1, I want to beat all of the gym leaders and the Elite Four using only grass-type Pokemon, while following the level caps of each gym leader as strictly as possible. And I'm going to try to have... I'm going to try to bring the same number of Pokemon to each battle as each gym leader. So like against Roxanne, I think she has... I mean, we'll check before we go to each gym leader. I don't know this game like the back of my hand. I'm not like a Pokemon expert. I wouldn't consider myself a Pokemon expert. So I'll be checking before I get ready for each battle. But let's say against Roxanne, if she has 3 Pokemon, we're only allowed to bring 3 Pokemon to fight her. And our maximum level has to be equal to whatever her maximum level is. That's the idea. Then, sorry, one second. This is going to be complicated. 10. That's the most important thing, and I'm going to do everything in my power to beat the game under those conditions. And I'm pretty sure I can do that. Number 2, I'm going to try to catch every grass-type Pokemon that's available in Pokemon Ruby. Again, I'm pretty sure we can do that. I don't feel like that's going to be too hard. And then I had a 3rd goal, and I can't remember what it is anymore, so we'll just leave it at that. Hello, Snow Warning. You're looking forward to C-Dot Gaming. Yeah, I was gonna check to see if I couldn't remember if C-Dot or Ludicolo or Shiftry or Ludicolo was available. Sorry, one second. I didn't do any research in advance. I thought it might be interesting to actually do the research on stream. So we're gonna see how that goes. I don't know if people will enjoy that or if people will hate that, but either way. I think you actually have to go to speak to Brandon first, or look for Brandon, or sorry, May in this case. And then, yeah. By the way, I'm gonna be using speed up. And I'm mostly just not gonna be paying that much attention to the story. We've all kind of played Pokemon at this point in our lives. If you're here watching this stream and you've never played Pokemon before, you can tell me about it. That's pretty interesting. But in general, I'm pretty sure everyone has played Pokemon. It doesn't really need to have me read all of the dialogue and all of the cutscenes. It's just not that necessary. Anyway, to get started, obviously we're going to be picking Trico. There is no other option. I had a whole system set up for picking Mudkips, by the way, in the past, where I would check. So I would look at my HP right here, and then I would immediately know if based on the HP whether it's even worth it to look at their stats. And then I would go in, and then I would look at their stats if they had the right HP. The problem is I have no idea. I don't know anything about Trico. It's probably the starter from this generation that I know the least about. The only thing I know about it is that you have to use Absorb and Pursuit for like half of the game, or even like 3/4 of the game, because it just never gets any good moves. So we're definitely going to be finding other Pokemon to replace this thing. Anyway, Bold Nature I think is not that useful, but I don't really care, honestly. We're not going to be like super optimizing for like ultra powerful Trico or anything like that. I'm not even going to check to see if it's a good one. This, for all I know, this could be a terrible Trico, and it doesn't bother me at all. I guess we can check though, like what a good Trico would look like, because that's something that I would normally do if I was actually playing the game. So yeah, let's do that. We'll know Snowy. Nice try. Naming Pokemon is difficult. Alright, after this we have to go fight May. I'm pretty sure she's level 5, so we're gonna try to fight her at level 5. Alright, so let me bring up my IV calculator. There we go. So we're gonna go Trico. I'll actually link this in the chat as well. I always do this anytime I use a tool or anything like that. Plus defense, minus special attack. Okay, I mean that's not really good, but it's like it's not bad for us, yeah. Although we are going to be using our attack stat a lot early on, so we will feel it early on. Okay, Trico, level 5, Bold. Then I'm going to check my stats. So this isn't exactly how I would normally do it, but it's a decent approximation of how I would do it. Normally what I would do is I would just get the EV range for what's considered high and what's considered low at level 5, which we can now see. So right now our HP is somewhere in the lower half. Our HP, our attack is somewhere in the higher half. Our defense is very low, which kind of offsets our good defense nature. So we have a good defense nature, but we have a really bad defense IVs. Special attack, special defense are both on the higher end, and then speed is also actually notably high. In order to get 13 speed, we have to have at least a 20. So we have a good speed IV. Attack, special attack, and special defense are all decent enough. Honestly, it's good enough. And the bold nature kind of offsets our bad defense IV. So I guess it's like a average fast attacking Trico. It's about what you'd expect. Next up, I'm going to be opening up a guide for each of the routes. So I'm going to check Route 1. If you have a guide or a site that you like to use that works very well for you, let me know about it, because I don't know for sure if I like this one or not. I'm just going to use the first one that comes up, really. We're definitely not using Bulbapedia. It has too much information. So I'm willing to use whatever guide people say is the most useful. I know there's actually a really simple one that I've used in the past. I want to try to find that. Is it in Strategy Wiki? Yeah. So one of the reasons I like... Hello Skywing, hello Nodot, welcome to the stream. Does it get a Leaf Blade on evolution? I don't think so, we can check though. You like Cerebi? So I normally use Strategy Wiki, which I'm linking right now. I also have Cerebi open. The reason I like Strategy Wiki is because it contains a very small amount of information, which for me personally is a good thing. I don't get overwhelmed by the amount of information. I'm going to open up Pokemon DB. I'm also going to check Trico's page. You have to remember, you have to look at the Gen 3 Learn set, specifically the Ruby Sapphire Learn set, not the Emerald Learn set. Which sometimes is different. So when does he get Leaf Blade? I don't see it anywhere on his Learn set, but it might, if it's on Evolution, it might be listed under Grovile's Learn set. No. In Ruby Sapphire, he gets Leaf Blade at level 29. That's all I see. I see Leaf Blade at level 29. I don't see it on Level Up. It might be on Level Up, and I'm just not seeing it. But according to what I'm looking at, it says he gets it at level 29. Which means we should probably evolve at level 29. Or 28. Or sooner. Alright, so on Route 101, the only thing you get is Poochyena, Zigzagoon, and Wurmple. Those are not useful. Actually, we are going to catch a Zigzagoon for using HMs and pickup. But we're never going to level it up. Especially one thing that I really like about Ruby and Sapphire is that pickup is not based on the Pokemon's level. It's just a flat table, which I really like. It means that you can just catch like level 2 Zigzagoons and just use them for the entire game, which is really cool. And they can just pick up any items that can be found by any pickup. By the way, sometimes when I'm playing more casually, although I don't know if people would describe this as casual, but sometimes when I'm playing more casually, I reset over and over again until I get female versions of each Pokemon, because they're easier to use for breeding later on. If you have a bunch of female Pokemon, it becomes a lot easier later in the game when you're ready to start breeding Pokemon. Whereas if you have a bunch of males, then you have to go out and you have to catch a bunch of females. It's very complicated. Alright, so this is going to be the first May battle. We should be able to beat her without leveling up, I would imagine. I guess we're going to find out. I'm just going to use the Gen 1 strategy, which is to start with Leer or Tail Whip or whatever you have, and then after that, just start attacking, although... Okay, there we go, we crit. That crit probably works in our favor, because that was not looking very good. And there's our first major battle defeated, and our first level up, and we got Absorb, and we were almost all the way to level 7, just off of that. Next up, I want to check... Route 103. No, that's not what I want to check. What route is this? Okay, I already don't like Strategy Wiki because it doesn't naturally link the routes together. Here we go. Yeah, I like Cerebi better. A good recommendation on that. That one actually has the adjacent routes listed. It makes them easier to find. Okay, so Route 103 is Poochyena, Zigzagoon, and Wingull. Again, we can't use either of those. So we're just going to be catching one Zigzagoon, and then we're going to be on our merry way. Are there grass types that can learn HMs? I don't think there's any grass types that could learn Surf or Dive, so we need to catch HM users anyway. Plus, generally, like in challenge runs, it's like I don't know anybody who does any challenge runs where they like limit themselves on HM users. It's just not what people do because it has nothing to do with the actual gameplay. It's not fun at all. Hello, Duke Nuka. Welcome to the stream. It has been a while. This will be an interesting stream. I hope so. Lombre learns 6 HM moves. Wow, that's incredible. It probably doesn't get dive though, right? I think Zigzagoon, Wailmer, and Tropius are like the 3 common HM users in this game. Oh yeah, we'll probably have to catch something up for flying too. Yeah, this game, Gen 3 in particular, has so many HMs, it's ridiculous. This was like the worst game for HM users. We should have gotten 5 Pokeballs there. Yeah, we did. Okay. So we're gonna grab a Zigzagoon really fast. I'm gonna try not to battle too many other things because again, I'm a little bit worried about the level cap. Lombre does learn Surf, Waterfall, and Dive. Wow, that's incredible. I didn't know he learned Dive. That actually really surprises me. Waterfall and Surf don't surprise me, but Dive really surprises me. Oh yeah, Bibarel's awesome. Bibarel's like one of the best HM users of all time. I didn't realize Lombre was that good though. Lombre is like Bibarel tier, for sure. Dude, we just saw multiple Zigzagoons. Now that I want to catch one, I can't find a single one. You think Diamond and Pearl is worse? It might be, honestly. I'm not an expert. I've played more Gen 3, which is probably why I think Gen 3 is worse. Because I've had to deal with it so many times. Usually in Gen 3, I need at least 3 HM users. And you have to keep going back to the PC to switch them out. Because, like, areas that actually require HMs are all over the place. So it's like, oh, well, now I need Surf and Waterfall. Now I need Dive. Now I need someone who has Strength. So you have to keep going back to the PC and switching them. And like you have to, and like Fly is so useless for everything else that you have to constantly keep going back and like finding a Fly user. At the very least, we can use Zigzagoon for Strength, Cut, Surf, and Rock Smash for a while. And it should have Pickup. Yeah, so it has Pickup. And then later on, we can replace some of the Pokemon with others that are more versatile. I'll just buy 10 Pokeballs right now. Just so we get a free Premier Ball. Yeah, Tropius learns Fly, Cut, and I think it can also do Strength and Rock Smash if I'm not mistaken. I know Tropius, I usually use Tropius as my Fly user, and it's because it also gets other HMs, but I don't remember off the top of my head which ones it gets. It's been a little while. The last time I streamed Pokemon in this channel was 2 years ago, and as far as playing off-stream, I've actually mostly just been doing Battle Frontier stuff, not really like playing through the game. This is going to be tough because we have a bad attack nature and we have to rely on Absorb to fight a bunch of bugs. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to check west of Oldale Town because there should be a grass type we can catch here. Pokemon Ruby, we can catch Seedot here. Okay, so we're going to catch our Seedot right now before we do any more battles. It's a 15% encounter, so it shouldn't take too long. If we see a Ralts or a Surskit first, that means our luck is warped. But yeah, we won't be able to get Lombre in this game, unfortunately. Which is sad, because I really like Lombre. But I like Shiftry too, so it's not a big deal. The good thing... Oh, you know what? I actually think I deliberately chose Ruby for this reason. And it's because you get a Cacturn in this game. And Cacturn is Grass Dark. And then Seedot is also Grass Dark, and I just wanted to show that off because I think it's kind of funny. Alright, so we got our Seedot, or at least we've encountered it. We should be able to catch it without knocking it out. Might take a little while because of our bad attacking nature. I want to get his health low before I throw any Pokeballs. Oh, he's got Bide. Let me Leer him. I want to get his health low before throwing any Pokeballs because I'd like to catch him in the Premier Ball if I can. Okay, that's fine. That looks good. By the way, the color of the HP bar doesn't really affect the catch rate. It's just purely based on the HP percentage. All right, so we'll try to get him in a Premier Ball. I think the white Pokeball will look really cool with Shiftry later on. And we did get it first try. Acorn Pokemon. Seedot attaches itself to a tree branch using the top of its head. It sucks moisture from the tree while hanging off the branch. The more water it drinks, the glossier this Pokemon becomes. Give a name to the captured Seedot. Yes. The second person to join today's stream was Nodot. Oh, Nodot, that actually works really well for Seedot. Fly is 90 power, really? I didn't know that. It might only be 70 in this generation. Yeah, Drill Peck has always been kind of rare. The dual type Pokemon in Hoenn are really interesting. Yeah, I love Flygon's Ground Dragon typing. It's so cool, especially with Levitate. That's such a cool, like, just defensive kit. Dark Grass is also cool. Steel Flying is also cool. Fly is bad in PvP because it's more predictable. Yeah, that's true. Hello, Tricky. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to put Nodot in the lead here. I'm going to try a Bide strategy. I don't know if it will work. Are there any restrictions besides grass only? I mean, we're going to be doing... I'm going to try to do it where I match the level of the Pokemon that I'm fighting against. So, like, against Roxanne, which we should look that up now, so let's look up Roxanne. And I'll explain it by looking up her information. Oh, I'm also going to check our Seedot to see if it's any good. I don't know why I didn't do that initially. Stop going to Bulbapedia. I like Bulbapedia when I'm looking for like really detailed information, but when I'm looking for like a small amount of specific information, it's probably the worst page because it just has like pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of information that you just don't need to know. Here we go. Okay, she has a level 14 Geodude and a level 15 Nosepass in Pokemon... Are we sure about that, or is that Emerald? No, that is Ruby and Sapphire. Okay. So yeah, in Ruby and Sapphire, she has a level 14 Geodude and a level 15 Nosepass. So we can only bring 2 Pokemon, and they can only be max level 15. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Alright, so this is our Seedot. We have a Calm nature. I think that might be neutral. I don't know all the natures off the top of my head. Seedot, level 5, 18 HP. That seems kind of low. Attack is 7, defense is 9, special attack is 7, special defense is 7, speed is 8, and I just realized it's actually not level 5. It's only level 4. Calculate. Okay, so we actually have a high HP. We have another minus attack nature. Defense could pretty much be anything. Special attack is on the lower end. Special defense is on the lower end. Speed is on the higher end again. So a little bit defensive. Good HP bulk. Overall kind of low stats other than good speed, which doesn't really matter on a Seedot, but we'll make do with it. Is Breloom in Ruby? Yes, we're going to be using Breloom extensively. In fact, we're probably going to be using Breloom. There's a really good chance we're going to be using Breloom and Seedot here, and just putting Snivy in the PC, but we'll see. Dude, Bide is so cool. I've always loved Bide. I don't know what it is. It's ever since Gen 1, when you get the first Bide TM from Brock, I've always loved using it. It's just such an interesting like way of playing the game. Okay, keep spamming string shot, please. It's really annoying and it doesn't waste my time at all. Alright, here we go. So we should be able to kill him now. It's just so, I think Bide is so cool and so interesting. I don't know why, I just always loved it. Yeah, Shroomish is in all 3 games. So we're kind of stuck in a weird place with this Snivy where we have to either use Pound with our bad attack stat or use Absorb, which is resisted by bug types, and neither of those options is very good. We need to heal again. Yeah, he was spamming string shot there. He really did not want me to kill him with Bide. Yeah, Zigzagoon is just for HMs. By the way, let me know if you guys like the music or if it's too loud or if it's too quiet. Trico does get a lot of TMs, that's true. It doesn't have very good coverage, but that's a problem that most grass types have. It's very common for grass types to have difficulties with coverage. Okay, we're not going to be able to get another Bide in, so I'm going to switch now. Oh, we did get a pickup. By the way, we got our first pickup. So in Ruby and Sapphire specifically, pickup is not tied to level, which means you can essentially just pick up like any item in the game starting, or not any item in the game, but any item from the pickup table. You can start picking them up as soon as like the very start of the game, which is really cool. If this thing has Peck, we're in trouble, but I don't think it has Peck. Pretty sure it just has, oh, it has Peck. Oh, we're in a lot of trouble, and we got crit. That could have ended terribly. We're not doing like Nuzlocke challenge or anything like that. I mean, obviously if I can win without losing any Pokemon, I will, but honestly, I think battles are a lot more interesting when you're allowed to use sacks and when you can like switch freely and not have to worry about a Pokemon getting knocked out once means like permadeath. I like Nuzlocks in concept. In practice, they tend to just be kind of frustrating, and they, for me personally, kill some of what I consider to be the interesting strategy of Pokemon. Yeah, Dragon Claw, Focus Punch, Earthquake, Brick Break, Rock Tomb, Aerial Ace is pretty diverse. That's actually really diverse for a grass type for sure. They just tend to like not have like ice, fire, water. Sometimes you get like a dark type, but you usually don't get a ghost type. And like it gets Pursuit, but I don't think it gets any other like good ghost or dark types. Maybe it gets Shadow Ball in this game. Earthquake and Brick Break are actually good though, yeah. Earthquake is really good. But we have a minus attack nature, so that's probably not going to work. Okay, so our first pickup item is a rare candy. Nice, early rare candy. That'll actually help us, so we don't have to do as much grinding. Yeah, we're already seeing one of the first major issues of grass only, which is the minute we run into anything with Peck in the early game, it can almost destroy our entire run. Growl doesn't matter to us because we're just using Bide anyway. Nice. Dude. I love Bide so much. It's so interesting. I think we can beat another one. As long as he attacks twice right now, I think we can win. No. We might be able to take another one. Cool. In Gen 4, you can get the TM Earthquake from pickup on a level 91 Pokemon. Yeah, that's true. That's one advantage of the varied level up tables, is that you can do like interesting stuff, like picking up TMs and other like really specific rare things. Oh, look, another Seedot. And you can make it so like having the Pokemon at specific target levels is either better or worse. That's another thing. It is very broken in Ruby and Sapphire, but that's why I love it. I'm the kind of person who loves like broken, powerful game mechanics that I can use to my advantage. I don't like it when the game tries to restrict me from doing what it doesn't want me to do. Just design your game and let me play it the way that I want to play. That's my philosophy on gaming. Alright, so we're going to meet Wally soon. Yeah, there's always a 10% chance to get a rare candy, and there's other good stuff you can get too. Like you can get early, I think Ultra Balls. I'm pretty sure Ultra Balls. All right, so Petalburg, there shouldn't be anything here that we can catch. I'd be very surprised if there is. Nope. There's a couple things in the water that we could get later, but that's not what we're doing anyway. We don't do water types here. All right, so west on Route 104 is Zigzagoon, Wormpole, Wingle, and Talo. No. And then north of there is Petalburg Woods. And in Petalburg Woods, we can get Shroomish, which is going to be our next team member. And this brings me to another point of why I wanted to do this challenge in Pokemon Ruby, or at least in Gen 3, is that you get a lot of grass types early on, which is really cool, because it allows you to actually make like meaningful team building decisions early on. Like we have to decide if we're bringing Shroomish, Seedot, or Trico into the Rock Sand battle, although realistically Shroomish can just sweep the entire battle alone. Very reliably, in fact. I'm going to try to skip a lot of trainers until after we get Shroomish now. I want to try to get a good Shroomish, so I might put some effort into that. If we're catching a Shroomish, probably want Snowy in the lead. In fact, this is going to be kind of annoying either way because of a Effect Spore. So let me take a look at Shroomish's page, actually. So the abilities it can have are... I know it has 2 abilities, but I don't remember what they are. I know one is Effect Spore, I can't remember the other one. You have to level this thing up a lot if you want to get Spore. We're not going to be doing that, we're just going to evolve it early so we can get Breloom and use Breloom to sweep through the game. The only ability I see is Effect Spore, so I guess that's what it has. And then it joins at exactly level 5. So we can now look up Shroomish. Level 5. I don't really care that much about the nature. We'll check the values in a second, once we actually get one. Oh, Shroomish, first catch, and it's a female. This would be nice on a normal playthrough. I'm probably going to get hit with Effect Spore here. Okay, we can Leer. Probably twice. Leering twice helps play around Effect Spore. Because now we only have to hit it once. Oh, that crit almost doomed us. This one will be named Sky. You like a no leveling up challenge? Yeah, those are actually really fun. I actually really like no leveling up challenges. And we might end up doing like Sky 2, Sky 3, Sky 4 if this Shroomish is bad. If it's I don't need it to be like a great Shroomish, but I need it to not be bad. So we got Bold. I should know Bold because it's one of the natures that's actually like worth keeping in mind, but I don't. Where is Bold? I clicked on Mild instead of Bold. There it is. Okay, and then we have 21 HP, 9 attack, 12 defense, 9 special, 12 special defense, 9 speed. Minus attack again, plus defense. I actually don't want to keep this one. We need our attack stat on Shroomish. In fact, let me just... Let me just open up the natures chart. We're going to be looking for, first of all, any neutral nature. So hardy, docile, bashful, quirky, or serious are all good. So hardy, docile, bashful, quirky, serious are all good. Other than that, most of the other natures are like not that great, but they're fine as long as they're not bad. So in fact, let's just say avoid. So we're specifically avoiding bold, modest, calm, timid, adamant, impish, careful, and jolly. Nuzleaf gets extra sensory at level 43. I didn't even know that was its signature move. I always just thought extra sensory was just like a random move. Yeah, no leveling up is one of my favorite challenges. Bringing a bunch of pickup users early on is awesome. Hello, Hunter. Welcome to the stream. It's not a Nuzlocke. I don't personally find Nuzlocks to be very fun to play. I actually get frustrated pretty easily playing Nuzlocks. They're more interesting for me to watch. They're not fun for me to play. So we're just going to keep resetting until we get a good Shroomish here. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to not have a bad nature. And then after that, we'll check the IVs. The IVs I don't care that much about. Like if we get a good nature but like all terrible IVs, I probably won't keep it. But if we get a good nature and like just mediocre IVs, I will keep it. So let me get caught up on chat while we look for this Shroomish. I know I'm a couple messages behind. Sapphire would be good because we would get Ludicolo. Yeah, maybe. But I played Sapphire recently. Or Sapphire was actually the last game that I streamed. The last Pokemon game that I streamed on this channel, so I didn't want to do Sapphire again. You think Ruby is harder for this challenge? Ooh, that's actually a good point I didn't really think about. Because of Team Magma. In Gen 4 it gets Poison Heal. That's what I was looking for, yeah. But Effect Spore's fine. You only played Omega Ruby before? You've never seen the original Ruby before this? Hello, Asius. Welcome to the stream. By the way, it's actually I actually think it's really cool that what they did in Gen 3, where you have all the Pokemon that learns moves before evolving, and you have to level them up like super high. It plays into this thing that Bugsy says in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Bugsy mentions something. I can't remember if Bugsy explicitly mentions it, but I know for sure they have like leveled up Kakunas and Metapods that are like higher than the level where you would normally evolve them. And it always made me think about how in Gen 3, if you level up Pokemon higher than the level where they would normally evolve, there's actually a benefit to doing that, which is really cool. It makes it sound like Bugsy was ahead of his time. Like he understood something that nobody else knew. Nobody else had figured out yet. Okay, so we did determine that after 2 Leers, it still survives on a crit. Oh, we got put to sleep too. That's funny. I'm just gonna start throwing Pokeballs. Hope for the best. Yep. Figured that would happen. Yeah, for Breloom, that's not good because we want both attack and special attack. So here's our Sky. We did this during the last Sapphire stream too. I remember having like a bunch of copies of the same, or like a bunch of things that were named the same thing. Okay, Gentle is fine. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's like, it's fine. It's not a bad one. I'm fine with anything that doesn't lower our attack or special attack, honestly. And then we have 21 HP, 9 attack, 9 defense, 10 special attack, 12 special defense, and 10 speed. So this is minus defense plus special defense. I'm fine with that. We've got medium HP, medium attack, or low to medium HP attack and defense. I'm fine with those as long as it's not like a negative nature. Negative nature is like pretty punishing. Actually, high special attack IVs, which is good, and really high speed IVs. So with 10 speed on a Shroomish, you have to have either 30 or 31 speed IV. So this is going to be a very fast Shroomish. Although that's kind of undercut by the fact that we're going to be using Mach Punch anyway for a lot of the game. But it is what it is. You guys sent way more messages. It's level 49 Gen 3. You've done a challenge similar to this in Crystal, but with poison types. Oh, I love poison types. I actually considered doing poison types too. That was on my list of types to consider. Doing a monotype challenge. Because poison types are one of my favorites. By the way, I cannot get into a battle right now. My entire team is like devastated. I have an injured Pokemon, an injured sleeping Pokemon, and then a Pokemon that's at low level. Seedot doesn't learn any grass offensive moves. We can teach it Bullet Seed, it's fine. FX Spore is decent for catching. True, although if they accidentally poison themselves, it could cause problems, I think. Alright, let's put Sky in the lead. We're definitely using Sky for like the first 3 gyms at the very least, possibly more. Aleph, welcome to the stream. Seeing this game is really nostalgic, although you've only played Emerald. I actually changed the menu frames. You can do that in all the games. That's probably why it looks different to you. This is a little bit tricky because it has Bide. What I'll do is if it uses Bide, I'll just switch. Yeah. So we'll go like this. We'll switch Snowy in. The only grass type move it learns through level up is Synthesis. That's funny. Whenever he bites, I'm just gonna Leer. This is the same strategy we use against Brock. Nice, okay, now we can just finish him. Hello, Gitakal, welcome to the stream. I think you can get multiple Giga Drain TMs technically, although you have to use the casino to do it, which is certainly a choice. This thing is going to be very difficult. What do I do here? This is going to destroy my entire team with Peck. I think we go Shroomish first for the FX Spore chance. Focus Energy does not concern me. I guess we Tackle. Oh my god. And we crit. And no effect Spore. Okay, great. I'm gonna see if Bide works. Quick attack. And another crit. Okay, sure. Well, we're gonna faint here. That was really stupid. Crit into crit. Yeah, there's no way. Absorb doesn't do enough damage. And another crit. Okay, he did Focus Energy. I just remembered he did Focus Energy, so we'll give him credit for that. Dude, if we actually get past this thing, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god. That is crazy. How did we win that battle? That essentially implies that if we had just stayed in and attacked with Trico, we would have won, technically. I mean, we probably wouldn't have gotten that lucky. Okay, so yeah, we are definitely in trouble anytime we see any bird-type Pokemon. They're just going to rip through our entire party. We have no answer to them at all. Like, we have nothing that we can do against bird types right now. Flying types, I guess, technically. The bird type only exists in Gen 1, and you can't actually fight any bird types. They don't actually appear in the game. They exist, but they don't actually exist. You only get TM19 once. What's TM19? Is that Giga Drain? If that's true, we should probably avoid leveling up Trico. But then the problem is we won't get Leaf Blade. Yeah, Razor Wind is very bad. It's always been bad in every generation. We have to switch. Yeah, it's a 2-turn move. It has bad accuracy and like mediocre power. So it's not worth the bad accuracy. Dude, this Zigzagoon is cracked. I'm just gonna switch because he just tail whipped us like a billion times. No, because I actually want True Mission to get the experience too. I'm definitely not going to worry that much about EV training. I'm just going to fight whatever I fight. Yeah, Missing No is one of the few bird types in Gen 1 that you can actually see in the game. And that's, of course, it's a glitch. You don't like crits. Yeah, I like crits in Fire Emblem better when you can kind of modify the crit chance on the player's side. By the way, there should be a potion in here that I never got. Yeah, we will try to beat the game without using items in battle if we can. So far, I've honored that promise. I'm not really going out of my way to do like extreme challenge runs or extreme challenge rules, but I will reasonably try to not do things that are broken until it gets to the point where if I need to. I'm just gonna spend all of my money in case I faint. Like if I run into a flying type Pokemon and my team gets wiped, I don't want to lose half of my money. It might be the only bird type Pokemon ever. Yeah, probably because after Gen 1 the type was removed. And it wasn't even used in Gen 1 anyway. So you're probably right about that. Yeah, I like how in Fire Emblem you can adjust the crit chance yourself, like on player side strategy, either by boosting your luck or by using supports or pair up mechanics. Oh, we got our first effect spore. It's unsatisfying in Pokemon how only the opponent can control their crit rate, which means there's always going to be a chance for them to crit. I could be wrong though. Maybe there is a Pokemon mechanic that allows you to block crits. In fact, it sounds like it does exist. There might be like a move that prevents critical hits for 5 turns or something. That sounds familiar to me. That might exist. That might be a thing. Missing No truly is one of a kind. You guys are right about that. Has anyone here ever actually caught Missing No? I have. Like on a real cartridge. Yeah, Stun Spore is really, really valuable. Early on and basically for the entire game. In the French version of Pokemon Yellow, there's another bird glitch type Pokemon. Oh yeah, well I guess technically, okay, so when I say Missing No, I'm kind of just referring to like all of the glitch Pokemon, but you're technically right that the glitch Pokemon have different names, and some of the other ones are named different things, but they are bird types. Ooh, Slackoth. I'd love to get a Slackoth if I could, but I cannot in this challenge. There should also be items around here. There's a free potion here. I don't know where all of the hidden items are in this game, but I know where some items are. There's another free Pokeball here. We should be getting Leech Seed if we can get it before level 15. Hello, Olaran. Welcome to the stream. You love grass types? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So grass. So my favorite types in Pokemon have always been grass and poison. They have always been my 2 favorite types. Yeah, Lucky Chant blocks crits. That's it. I knew there was a move that did that. Chlorophyll, Solar Beams, Leech Seed. Leech Seed is one of my favorite moves of all time. Missing No has become so famous, even though it's among the weakest of the Gen 1 glitch Pokemon. I think it might be the most common one to appear, but I'm not sure. It's been way too long. Slackoth is really good if you allow for shift battling, for sure, yeah. In general, Slackoth and even Slacking are very good. I didn't save before this battle, but I think we'll be fine. How am I going to surf? I can use HM users. I've never in my life seen a Pokemon video, like challenge run video, where the person did not allow themselves to use HM Pokemon. It's just a ridiculous idea. There's no reason to do it. It doesn't add to the challenge in any way. In fact, it takes away from the challenge because it makes a lot of them impossible. Are we going to 1v1 this thing? Probably not because of Sand Attack. I'm going to switch just because Sand Attack is annoying. What I'll actually do is switch to Nodot. Try for Abide. If it doesn't work, I'll just switch back. Yeah, so now I'll just switch back. Now we've cleared the Sand Attack. I like how he specifically tackled me twice and only on turns where Bide wasn't not active. That's a troll move if I've ever seen one. Oh wow, that is a hard hit. Man, okay, so Absorb would be nice, but we're just not dealing enough damage, so we're not getting enough healing for it to actually matter. If this tackle hits, I think we're fine. No, we're still in trouble. Oh, and he crit us. Nice, okay. So we didn't get the 1v1. Nodot probably can't get this done either. Okay, we had to get very lucky with Bide luck there. By the way, it seems like Bide is always 2 turns in this game. I know when Bide was first introduced, it was random between 2 or 3 turns, but as far as I can tell, every time we've used it so far, it's been a 2-turn Bide, which makes it seem like it's probably always 2 turns in this game. You can use Rain Dance on Ludicolo, and then it regens HP in the rain because of its ability. Yeah, that's a really cool synergy. Sapphire works really good for grass only because you get Lotad for Surf and Tropius for Fly. That's true, yeah. It's just not something that I personally consider to be interesting. HMs have always been one of the dumbest things in like all of Pokemon. So planning an entire run around HM users is just a chronically unfun idea for me, personally. I would rather do like a no level up challenge than a like add any consideration for any HM usage into like any other challenge. We also have to be careful for Pokemon that have Poison Sting, because none of our grass types. So interestingly, in Gen 1, like almost every grass type is actually grass poison, but in Gen 3, a lot of the ones you get, especially early on, are just pure grass types, which means you also get destroyed by poison attackers. So anything with Poison Sting is going to destroy us, anything with Peck is going to destroy us. Any fire types would destroy us, but they don't really exist in this game. Yeah, Tropius is really good. We'll probably use Tropius. Ooh, Leech Life is pretty bad too, especially because it damages us for super effective, and then he heals himself, but we can just use Absorb to play around that because it hits Nincada. But if anything else has Leech Life, it would probably be more of a threat to us. Okay, we get Quick Attack. I might level up everything to level 15 and then decide what I'm going to use against Roxanne based on what our level 15 movesets look like. We will keep the Bullet Seed TM. We're probably teaching it to C-Dot. C-Dot is generally the best recipient for the Bullet Seed TM. And there's actually a pretty good value to TMs like Bullet Seed that you wouldn't expect. So because Bullet Seed kind of sucks, it actually means you can use the TM whenever you want, and there's not really a penalty for doing it. It's a weird concept. I'm pretty sure you can get some kind of watering can from one of these. Yeah, there we go. There's our Wilmer Pail. Yeah, C-Dot does have overlap with Cacturn. That is true. I specifically played Ruby because I wanted to show that off. I'm going to try to win with Nodot and Sky here. In Pokemon Ruby, I think none of the double battles are mandatory. Absorb should be good against Lotad because it's neutral. No, it doesn't work very well. And I think our Bide is automatically locked onto Lotad by default, although I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah. So in Gen 3, move selections, like for moves that don't have targeting, are lined up in such a way where the Pokemon on the inside targets the Pokemon on the inside, and the Pokemon on the outside targets the Pokemon on the outside. So you see how Shroomish and Seedot, like my Shroomish and their Seedot, are both on the inside, and then my Seedot and their Lotad are both on the outside. That's kind of like the concept of how this works. I don't think we got anything from that Bide. Yeah, the tricky thing about Bide is we need things to actually hit us, which doesn't always happen. Oh, we did get something from that. Okay. I wonder if you can like chain a Bide into a Bide. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Okay, I don't want to have to play around Bide here, so I'm gonna switch. And you know what? Actually, this is kind of meme-worthy. I'm gonna Bide on his Bide and just see what happens. I think it's a very funny idea. It seems like he doesn't want to Bide anyway. He just wants to spam Harden and Growth, even though he can't do anything with them. So ideally, the funniest thing to happen would be if we Bide and then he hits us for damage, but not enough to kill us, and then we Bide his Bide. I think that would be very funny. But for some reason, he just wants to spam setup moves, so I guess he's not going to do it. I actually don't know why he's doing that. It must be some kind of quirk in the Gen 3 AI. Oh, he hit the wrong member. Oh, right, of course. He's always going to hit Sky because Sky is on the inside. It's fine, though. We're going to win this anyway. You think Bide hits the last person who hit them? Maybe. I know for sure the thing that I said about Gen 3 targeting is true, though. So I don't know if that specifically applies to Bide, but it definitely applies to the way Generation 3 Pokemon see each other in double battles. Yeah, Bullet Seed would be Stab for Seedot. On the other hand, the team does have plenty of grass moves, but Seedot doesn't learn any other good moves for a while. That's why Seedot's the best recipient, because otherwise he's just not going to get any good moves. Yeah, Bide can counter another Bide's damage, which is fun. But if we both only have Bide, I guess it wouldn't work. Alright, so now we have to kind of start the Roxanne grind. So what we want to do is get our Pokemon up to level 15. So let me check really quick. I don't think there's any other grass types available for a while. So Route 104 has no grass types. Rustboro City has no grass types, obviously. One of the things I like about Emerald Kaizo is that it has patches of grass in all the cities where you can catch Pokemon, which is cool. Okay, the east exit from here is Route 116, and it has no grass types. This is where we would get Nincada if we were doing bug only. After that, we'd actually be sailing to Dewford Town. Dewford Town has no, not Dewford, go back. Well, maybe I'm thinking of Dewford. It's hard to tell because they use screenshots from Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which I'm not familiar with. Okay, yeah, Dewford is where we want to go. Okay. So Dewford, not going to be any Pokemon available in Dewford. Yeah, so we're not going to get any other grass types for a while. So because Sky and Snowy already have grass moves, and because Seedot's not going to learn one, I think we should give Bullet Seed to Seedot. That's going to help us with training it. And it will also help it in the long run, because then it will have a grass move. Now, realistically, do we actually need to grind everyone up to level 15? Probably not. Are you sure we don't get Absorb on this thing? I'm pretty sure we get Absorb on this thing. If we missed our first Bullet Seed, that would have been hilarious. So the one downside of Bullet Seed is that it does not have perfect accuracy. Okay, so because we're definitely using No Dot for the battle, I'm going to train No Dot first. Then after that, we'll think about who else we want to train. Because we can only bring 2 Pokemon into this battle, there's no reason to train all 3 of our Pokemon. Right now, we can train them later when it's easier to get experience for them. Realistically, we could probably just have No Dot sweep their gym right now. If not now, then very soon. Okay, we haven't missed a single Bullet Seed yet. Oh, I'm thinking of Shroomish. Yeah, Shroomish gets Absorb, which is obvious. So yeah, we'll probably use, I think I'm going to use Seedot and Shroomish, which sounds kind of funny to like not use our starter at all, but I think I really want to highlight the grass types that are specifically available in this game, rather than just highlighting like the starter. Yeah, I want to use Roselia for sure. We don't need level 15, no, but we might as well do it. I mean, there's no downside to doing it, other than the fact that it takes time, I guess. All right, so I want to train somewhere that doesn't spawn flying types. Taillow does spawn east of here. Taillow should also spawn south of here too, right? Yeah, it does. We could go train in Whismur Cave. That's actually the best experience in the early game anyway. I should have been training Shroomish though, honestly. Shroomish is the more important one. For some reason in my head I confused Seedot and Shroomish, but it's fine. We'll commit to this. We'll do Seedot and Shroomish. Tackle can miss. Oh yeah, in Gen 3, Tackle can still miss. Oh, I don't know why I used Stun Spore there. I was meaning to use Absorb. I actually totally forgot that Tackle can miss in Gen 3. Yeah, in later generations, they boosted the power of Tackle, and they also made it so it can't miss. Okay, so our Absorb is actually finally starting to deal decent damage. Okay, we should be able to win this 1v1. Seedot learns Explosion at level 41 or 44. Ooh, that's fun. Sunny Day will be really good for later. I want to use Oddish too. Okay, we finally got our Leech Seed. That's like the biggest thing. With Leech Seed, we can probably beat Roxanne right now. But I'm gonna play things out. At the very least, I'm going to grind until I get tired of grinding. Like, we haven't even cleared all of the trainers in the area yet, so we should at least do that. You used Executor's Explosion to beat Gary's Alakazam. Yeah, Explosion's really powerful if you're not doing Nuzlocke. We would have to not evolve him and then get it as Seedot. I'm probably not going to do any of that. Yes, I'm doing a self-imposed restriction where I'm going to try to match the number of Pokemon that each gym leader has and then not over-level past them, just to prove that like you could do it with grass-only types. Yeah, as soon as you Leech Seed Nosepass, you've pretty much already won the battle. Geodude we can just one-shot with Absorb, because it's 4 times weak. This guy's probably got bug Pokemon. He's going to be a little bit tricky, but we can at least Leech Seed them. So now that we have Leech Seed, we have a way of dealing with our bad matchups. Because we can just heal through it with Leech Seed. The Sunny Day TM is found in a cave somewhere. Yeah, the no over leveling thing is commonly used in like Nuzlockes and things like that. Okay, I'm gonna seed him. And then I'm gonna switch out to Snowy. Level 15 is high, but we're gonna have to level up to fight Brawly anyway, so it's just there's no real downside to at least grinding as much as we like until I get tired of grinding right now. Especially because Wismer Cave is a good place for grinding early on. And we have access to Wismer Cave. So we might as well use it. And we're already getting close to the level 15 benchmark. Like it's not as bad as you're imagining it. Like we already have Pokemon at levels 11 and 12. So we're already close to level 15. Just from we haven't even grinded yet. We've just been fighting the trainers in the area. And we're already close to Roxanne's level on all of our Pokemon. Yeah, Spore is worth it, but it like in this kind of challenge, it's not worth it because I'm actually trying to like beat the game at a reasonable pace. This is not going to be like my Sapphire playthrough where it took like 15 streams because we stopped and like slowly did everything in every area. In this, I'm going to be generally trying to go relatively fast while following the level cap rule. Oh, by the way, hello, Rumor Francis. Welcome to the stream. There's also something I wanted to do that I have not done yet today, which is give away some membership gifts. Clint Waukee, welcome to the membership. Scorpion, welcome to the membership. Novice Dragon, welcome to the membership. Meg Max, welcome to the membership. And Timothy C, welcome to the membership. Isn't it fun? The only thing you can really do with those membership is spam emotes, really. Yeah, so we're all level 12 already just from fighting the trainers in the area. I feel pretty good about that. I'll check for hidden items too while I'm here. Am I gonna allow the level cap to be more looser, like against Flannery? I mean, so the number one rule, excuse me, the number one rule is that I want to beat the game using only grass types. That's the number one rule. Anything else I will try to do if I can, but I will relax the restrictions if I need to. I don't feel that I will need to. I don't think I don't think the challenge is gonna be that hard. We might struggle with Flannery. But even then, by the time we get to Flannery, we'll have a lot of options. This is not going to be as hard as like a solo challenge. We have a full team, which means we have a lot of options for team building, coverage, and things like that. Like we'll have Pokemon that are going to be able to learn Earthquake. Like we'll have options for fighting Flannery. We don't have to worry that much about her. She's not that scary. Man, Tricky really doesn't want me to grind. You're excited to see how we deal with Flannery? Yeah, I haven't planned anything out in advance, so we're just going to be figuring out things as we go along the way. Because I thought it would be fun to actually look up the information on stream, like while I do things, like not just do the challenge, but also like show you guys the process of how I solve the challenge. But yeah, like so even if we only use Sky in this battle, which is going to be very likely, we can get Sky to level 15 before even fighting Roxanne, like very easily. There's just no downside to doing it this way. I just don't understand like the excessive complaining about grinding to level 15 when we're literally already we're going to be level 14 after we kill this one Whismer, just from fighting the trainers in the area. And that was with the mistake of giving the experience to C-Dot instead of giving the experience to Shroomish. Like we would already be at level 15 right now if we had fought the gym trainers with Shroomish. There's just no reason not to go to level 15 or at least 14 because it's so easy to get there. Yeah, planning out the strategies on stream is really fun. It's one of the things that I think like not enough streamers do. Granted, it will vary like from viewer to viewer. Some people might not like watching that, but for me as a viewer, I actually enjoy watching it. So I like when they do that. I have to be careful with my absorbs if I'm going to be training here for a while. And we do have a good enough attack stat that we can rely on tackle. The one bad thing about tackle is that it can miss a lot. Yeah, Gen 3 is actually pretty hard. Tate and Liza could be rough. Flannery will be rough. Winnoa will be tough. Have I played any competitive Pokemon? Not really, no. I've done Battle Frontier stuff, like post-game in Gen 4. But I've never actually done like any like Smogon or why is the name eluding me? Let's see, the fact that I can't even think of the name shows how like not familiar I am with it. Pokemon Showdown. I have never actually played any Showdown before, although I have watched like people's Showdown videos and streams and things like that, but I haven't played it myself. Because you're Fire Emblem fans, you're probably more likely to enjoy strategy and planning on the fly. Yeah, that could be true. Watson is really tough, but I think grass types have a really good matchup into Watson. Not only do we resist grass, but Leech Seed is very powerful against Watson. So even if we don't have like super effective moves, and then Breloom can actually hit his steel types for super effective, but even if we couldn't do that, yeah, Whismurs give really good experience, by the way, if you didn't know. This is like the best place to train in the early game. Okay, so we have level 15. I'll train Nodot a little bit, just in case. Francis, we already have a Zigzagoon in the party, for the exact reasons that you just mentioned. It will be a little bit hard to train this Nodot. By the way, Whismur is also kind of a decent Pokemon to catch early on, because Uproar has a pretty high base power, and with Stab on top of that, and the fact that Whismur has like kind of good attack, you end up being able to sweep through a lot of fights just by spamming Uproar, which is kind of cool. I think I can kill one more if I use Bide. Oh yeah, actually we get guaranteed Bides here because the only move they have is Uproar, which means they will always Uproar, which means we will always get Bide damage from it. As long as this kills, we should be fine. Nice, okay. Nature Power. I believe Nature Power is the one that varies depending on location, yeah. I mean, it's better than Harden for sure. In Ruby and Sapphire, he has Magnemite, Voltorb, and Magneton. Yeah, they changed it in later games. They made him easier. They gave him less of a focus on like super high level steel types, which was what made him so difficult. Because it's a little bit harder to grind Shroomish, I'm not going to be grinding Shroomish. What I will do is I'll just go in with Shroomish as the lead. You like Pokemon Champions double battles? Oh, we have to get cut too. Am I going to breed for Egg moves later on? Probably not. I would only do that if I absolutely needed to, but I don't see it being a necessity. C-Dot can't get Leech Seed and Amnesia. Leech Seed would be nice. I don't think Manectric is anywhere near as bad as Magneton, honestly. I think Emerald is way easier for that reason. There's a lot of little changes that make Emerald easier, in my opinion, obviously. Yeah, we have the Zigzagoon already. He just didn't pick anything up recently, which is why you haven't seen him. Alright, so I'm going to lead Nodot. I'm going to try to win just with Nodot and Sky. That's kind of the plan. We should be able to do it. Yeah, Amnesia is not that good, but Leech Seed is very good. So we should be able to kill him outright. Yeah, if you get a 2-turn Bullet Seed, you might not be able to finish him, but otherwise you pretty much always win there. Next up, Nosepass comes out. I'm gonna switch just in case he wants to use Block. Okay, now we seed him. Rock Tomb. Now I want to, because he Rock Tombed me, I actually want to stay in. Because he won't use Rock Tomb again if I'm slower than him. Yeah, see? If you're slower than him, he won't use Rock Tomb again until he sees Lethal, which means now he's only going to tackle. or I guess he has Rock Throw. I didn't know he had Rock Throw. So I guess he'll only Rock Throw or Tackle. He won't Rock Tomb anymore. Either way, we've got this in the bag. She's going to Potion now. So I'm going to use this opportunity for a free switch into No Dot. Now we can Bide. Dude, if we win with Bide, it's going to be epic. I think we're about to win with Bide. Oh, that was awesome. I love Bide, guys. I love Bide. It's so fun. It's such a unique thing. Oh, by the way, oh god, guys, I'm so sorry. I never updated the chat window. I just noticed just now. I can't believe it took me that long to notice. I can't believe no one said anything either. Look at that. We've been missing that glorious chat window the whole time. There's our level 15 No Dot. Very fun battle. We won under strict Nuzlocke rules. We didn't let a single Pokemon die. We didn't overlevel. We only used 2 Pokemon. We used set mode. We didn't use any items in battle. So if we can do that for the remaining gym trainers, I think that would be pretty cool. By the way, I love Rock Tomb. I'm a huge proponent for Rock Tomb. I think it's a fantastic TM. For a very similar reason to Bullet Seed, it's not an amazing move, but as a result, even though it's, you know, we're playing in a generation with single-use TMs, we can use Rock Tomb on pretty much any Pokemon that learns it, that we want to at any point in the game, and it ends up not really hurting us in the long run, because Rock Tomb just isn't that it's not valuable enough to where you're like, oh man, I use my Rock Tomb, you know, TM, now I'm locked out of the run, but you can get good use out of it in order to meet very specific goals. Typically, the situation where Rock Tomb is best is when the opponent just very slightly outspeeds you, and then you can two-shot them, and then they can two-shot you. So without Rock Tomb, what happens is they hit you, you hit them, they hit you, and then you die. But with Rock Tomb, what happens is you hit them, their speed drops, they hit you, you hit them, their speed drops, and then you go first on the second turn, so then you hit them again, and then you kill them. So Rock Tomb allows you to win battles that are otherwise unwinnable without either like grinding or changing your EVs or your IVs, or like using specific items perhaps in some cases might work. But otherwise, like, Rock Tomb is one of the few ways to get past encounters that are otherwise very difficult to win. Also, by the way, No Dot has evolved into C Dot. That's another reason why grinding up to level 14 or 15 would have been good before the battle, because we just would have had more stats. Which, by the way, I'm going to teach Cut to at least Zigzagoon. There's an argument for teaching it to No Dot, but I don't think it's necessary. We have Nature Power now, and we have Bullet Seed, so we should be fine. I'm going to see if any of them learn Rock Tomb. I'd be surprised if they did. Actually, we can learn Rock Tomb on No Dot, even. That's a very strong consideration. I'm going to wait and see if Breloom can learn it, because Breloom is also a good option. I don't know why I'm cutting this tree, because I'm going to go fight the Rocket Trainer first. Or sorry, the Magma Trainer. Are we getting Cradily? Probably, yeah. So the number 2 goal, my number 2 goal is I want to collect all of the Grass-type Pokemon that are available in the game. So I'm going to see if we can do that. Rock Tomb is also good coverage. Yeah, I think it's like the only rock move available early on. I think you're right about that. Kitakala is mentioning something. 1 second. Two Amnesia with Leech Seed is OP. Nosepass doesn't have a Rock Throw in Emerald. Yeah, Watson is really run defining. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this challenge. I wanted to show that grass types can beat Watson, even like without having to rely on Breloom. I'm gonna try to do it without relying on Breloom. I'm gonna try to beat him grass only, no Breloom, but I'll use Breloom if I have to. But I just want to show how powerful grass types in general are. Because Snowy is kind of behind on levels, I'll lead Snowy. Try to get him some experience. I don't know about Blossom. I don't know how to get it, for one thing. I think you have to get like a Sunstone, but I don't know how to get a Sunstone. There is one very interesting thing about Ruby and Sapphire, which is the fact that Team Magma acts a lot like Team Aqua, and that is not a two-way street. That's a one-way street. It's very obvious that the game, like the original Gen 3, was planned around Team Aqua, and then they kind of just like added Team Magma as like an alternate later. Whereas in Emerald kind of fixes that by giving Shadow Ball, huh? By giving Team Magma like their own separate identity. Yeah, you can beat Geodude. You can use Geodude. The problem with Geodude is Supersonic and especially Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom kind of rips through Geodude, unfortunately. So Geodude is not as good as you would imagine. It's not like Gen 1 where you can just beat Surge with like any ground type Pokemon. Sonic Boom will destroy your rock types. And then they also have like Supersonic, and then they can also paralyze you. Ground types are not immune to Thunder Wave in this game. You can still paralyze them with Thunder Wave. And also with Static, for that matter. So rock types are not as good against Watson as you would imagine. The big thing is like if you just hit them with like a high roll of magnitude, you can one-shot a lot of them because of their steel type. But they also have high defense, so it's like you have to get that high roll on magnitude. They are immune to Thunder Wave? Okay, I didn't know that. Oh, it's electric types that you can hit with Thunder Wave in Gen 3. But I know they're not immune to paralysis. Like you can I'm pretty sure you can paralyze them with Static. Unless I'm wrong about that too. Again, we used the Leer strat to minimize effect Spore, but then we got paralyzed anyway, so it ended up not mattering. But then the paralysis ends up not mattering because we're using Quick Attack. Wow. I really need this to not get paralyzed. Okay, I got paralyzed. Perfect. Stun Spore can paralyze. Yeah, so I think in later generations they made it so electric types can't get paralyzed at all, even from like Stun Spore and Glare and things like that. Magnitude doesn't make contact. Okay, you're right about that. I wasn't considering that aspect of it. So yeah, they probably can't paralyze you, but they can use Supersonic and they can use Sonic Boom. I'd be curious to know what Geodude's maximum HP is going to look like. By the, like if you're obeying strict level caps and like species clause and things like that. Because if Geodude's HP is low enough, if it gets hit, like if it's under 40 and you get hit with 2 Sonic Booms, then you would die. So it is possible that you could lose to Watson even with a Geodude, I think. But if it's above 40, then it might be impossible to lose, because then even 2 Sonic Booms wouldn't kill you. I'd be curious to check. But I'm not worried about it right now because I'm focused on doing grass only, and Geodude has nothing to do with that, unfortunately. They buffed grass immensely in Gen 6. That's when it started being immune to Stun Spore. And probably like Sleep Powder and stuff too, right? I don't know why I just healed. You actually get a heal when you talk to that guy in the building there. That's actually one of the few free heals you get in this game. We get another pickup item. Our second pickup item is a Revive. By the way, during the Sapphire stream, we got a shiny Aeron. Very early on. It was like during the second stream in the run. Just gonna buy a bunch of super potions so we don't have to keep running back to the Pokemon Center. And then a couple of repels. I'm pretty sure Zigzagoon drops repels, or pickup can grab repels too, which helps a lot. Sell my X items. Anything else worth selling? Yeah, I can sell these proteins. I think that was picked up by the Zigzagoon, or I think maybe we just found that one. I'm not sure. But I can use that to buy repels. So the next grass type is not going to be available until after we get pretty far into the game. Although I think you can, I'm pretty sure you can actually skip over Brawly and go get the next grass type like right away. I thought there was an optional battle here, but I guess not. Is that only an emerald? Perhaps. We can also fight this guy right now. Get Snowy an extra level. A 0 IV Geodude at level 24 still has 53 HP. Okay, so yeah, you'd probably never lose to Watson then with Geodude. In Gen 2, you can poison certain steel types with Twin Needle, because steel type are only immune to poison type attacks, not the poison status effect. Ah, interesting. In later generations, you can use corrosion. I like corrosion too. I think it's another one of those cool concepts, but this is coming from someone who loves poison types. Poison, I think poison is my favorite type. I think grass is my second favorite type. It probably switches though from day to day. They're actually immune to Spore as well in later gens. Grass types are. So yeah, it sounds like Geodude would pretty much never lose, I think. Unless, if he has two Magnemites and a Magneton, then maybe you can lose. But I can't remember what his exact setup is in this game. I gotta say, I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this Leer strategy. It turns out lowering the enemy's defense and then hitting them is more effective than just hitting them. Alright, this is probably fine. We're pretty high level compared to like what she is. Probably not going to be able to win with Snowy. But maybe. Oh, actually, yeah, we probably can. Unless we get full parried like 100 times in a row. Well, there's 3 in a row. Pretty unlikely, actually. 4 in a row. Okay, that's extremely unlikely. Getting full parried 4 times in a row is pretty unlikely. I can't remember what the exact odds are, but they're not very high. There should also be some items over here that we haven't picked up yet. Unless I got them earlier and then forgot. We got a nugget. Nice early nugget. Nodot's going to be carrying for a while now too. Although we probably won't use him against Brawly because of the dark type. You love grass and steel types. You like Ferrothorn. Oh, it's Stun Spore. Okay, never mind. I thought this was Secret Power. Nature Power is a little different from Secret Power. Nature Power, in my opinion, is worse. Secret Power always deals damage and then it has a chance to do a secondary effect. Nature Power actually changes into a specific move, like in this case Stun Spore, which is not that useful. Anyway, yeah, we're probably not going to use Nodot against Brawly. Geodude evolves 1 level after the Watson level cap. That's funny. That's such a troll move. It is actually kind of interesting how many cases like that there are, where where like if you do follow the level caps of gym leaders pretty strictly, you either get like a really powerful move or you evolve like right after the level cap. There's a lot of cases like that. We got the Miracle Seed, which actually could be nice. Dark type versus fighting types is probably not a good idea. I honestly, I think Breloom can just solo like most gyms in the early game, and it can be very helpful in a lot of gyms in the later game too. Breloom is so good. It's in my opinion, Breloom is one of the best Pokemon in this generation. Gen 3 did not introduce a lot of good Pokemon. Most of the Pokemon it introduced are actually pretty weak overall, and they end up like not having much competitive viability in the long run, and a lot of them are not even that useful in Gen 3 like competitive, but Breloom is one of the ones that like really stands out. Yeah, Nature Power can turn into strong moves, but it's usually swift. So Francis, I usually say this like once per stream or like once every few streams, but there is a slight delay on the chat. So usually like if you respond to me, like for example, you just said, I never thought to look, but off of the top of my head, I think you're right. So I actually have no idea what you're referring to because you said that in response to something that I said like 3 minutes ago. And like, even if I remembered every single thing that I say, which I usually forget after like a minute or two, I said like 15 different things. So I don't know which of the 15 things I said that you're responding to. So generally, if you're responding to something that I say in chat, it's usually a good idea to be like semi-specific. Like say in a way that makes it clear to me what you're responding to. That way I can interact better. This is more of my failing as a streamer than a failing as a chatter, but as a result, it's very difficult for me to keep up with the chat if people are responding with vague messages. It makes my responses less entertaining. I don't want to sail back to Petalburg. Okay, he wants me to deliver the letter, but as long as we deliver the letter before we fight Brawly, I'm pretty sure we don't need to fight Brawly right away, which is good because I need to look up Brawly now. So Brawly is level 18, which is actually not that high. So we can probably fight Brawly soon. Bullet Seed's not as good as I thought. What does Nature Power do here? Oh, it turns into Earthquake. Okay, never mind. Nature Power is way better than I thought it was. I did not realize it could turn into Earthquake. That's actually kind of incredible. I don't know why we're training Nodot, by the way. We're not going to use him for Brawly. But Earthquake is really good against these tentacles. Otherwise, they're kind of difficult to get rid of. Dude, Nature Power is actually based right now. Yeah, so we have two options. We can either go to Steven first. So realistically, what I want to do here is use Shroomish and... Or sorry, Grovyle and Breloom. So let's start training for that eventuality, and then if we get to the end of this cave before that point, then I'll consider if I want to go ahead and then come back to Brawly later. But if we get to level 18 before the end of this cave, then we'll go fight Brawly first. We should have bought escape ropes, by the way. Okay, this is giving us a picture of what our fight against Makuhita is going to look like. It's not a great matchup right now, but once we evolve, it's going to look a lot better. Let me get caught back up on chat too. Yeah, Brawly, you can skip Brawly for a long time. Was Breloom responsible for the sleep ban on competitive? I don't think so. I think Sleep Claws always existed since Gen 1 even. We're not going to be able to see, but that's fine if you just hug the walls. It works as Shadow Ball in the caves. Ooh, really? Shadow Ball's pretty good. Here's our Aeron. Dude, if we got another shiny Aeron, that would have been crazy. I think Aeron gives good experience, though. I could be misremembering. We're about to find out. Cave training in Gen 1 is so good. Like, as soon as you get to Mount Moon, if you just have something that can one-shot Geodudes, you get so much experience just while walking through the cave. Zubats I'm going to run away from. Who gets Steel Wing? I'm not sure. Probably nobody on our team. Tropius gets Steel Wing? Oh yeah, Geodude 1 level after the Watson cap, that makes sense. Steel coverage wasn't very good before fairy types were added, yeah. I mean, Steel has never been like a good offensive type. Like, I don't think, like, if you look at the generations where Hidden Power was used like dominantly for coverage, I don't think there's a single set that uses Hidden Power Steel, other than maybe like a really, like maybe a certain Steel type maybe would use Hidden Power Steel, like for stab, if it has no other way of getting stab. But even that I don't think is a thing. What we really want to see are Geodudes, honestly. Oh, Breloom created a sleep ban instead of a sleep clause. I didn't know there was a sleep ban. Is that a new thing? When did they ban sleep in Gen 3? I thought it was still allowed. I don't follow competitive that closely. Yeah, guys, I don't know about champions. Sorry, I have to say it. I mentioned this, I talked about this briefly on a previous stream when people asked me if I was going to play it or not. The thing about champions is that it's like, it's just like a less, like, even though it's like the first official Pokemon game that actually tries to actually cater to the competitive scene, the truth is it's still just like a worse version of Showdown. Even though they did actually try, I will give them credit that they actually tried, and it does have like things that help with competitive play, but it's still just like not as good as Showdown. So it's like you would still just play, like if you were going to play it, you would still just play Showdown. Gen 3 sleep is allowed still, but it's banned in later gens. Oh, okay. But like because of Breloom is what you're saying still? We have to be careful we don't jump off any ledges here. We should be fine. Okay, so we cleared the cave easily without getting to level 18, so I'm probably going to go on ahead. Here's our boy Steven. Gen 5 has different sleep mechanics, and Gen 9 is just power crept. Bronze Vixen, you'd also rather play Showdown. Yeah, that's just how I am too. But I haven't even played Showdown before, but if I was going to, I'd probably just play Showdown. Some formats don't allow sleep, but it depends on the community voting. Oh, now the Geodude appears. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Geodude. Alright, so yeah, because we deliver the letter, we can actually do a few things now. So if you didn't know this, first of all, as soon as you deliver the letter, you can go get the experience share. So we are going to do that. We're going to go back to Slateport. Oh, sorry. We're going to... I meant to go back to Petalburg. I don't know why I did that. Go to Dewford. Gen 3 OU is really fun. Yeah, I think Gen 3 is one of the older generations that is still the most active, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if there's any generation other than 3 that's like obviously the most recent gen is going to be the most active, but other than that, I think Gen 3 is like the most active after that, and has been. Like, it's kind of just always been like that for a while. Gen 3 has just been really beloved. Gen 4, I think Gen 4 is like pretty good too, but it has some problems. Most notably, Jirachi. Honestly, Jirachi is just terrible. It should just be banned in every format. But that's coming from someone who doesn't play any competitive, so you don't have to listen to my opinion. I'm not an expert. Breloom, Amoonguss, and Sleep Powder Venusaur is what got it going. And then Iron Valiant started using Hypnosis, which was the last straw. Okay, so after you deliver the letter, you can come here and you can get an experience share, which will be honestly really useful for our purposes because we won't have to switch train. I actually like the experience share. So you guys might not remember this because it depends on how old you are, but I don't remember which game it was. I think it was X and Y, but I could be wrong about this. I think X and Y was the first game that introduced the mechanic where they give experience to your entire party every time you battle. I could be wrong, but when that mechanic was first introduced, the players, like the response from players, especially on like forums and like chat rooms and things like that, was overwhelmingly negative. People really hated that idea, and they were talking about how it was going to ruin the games because Pokemon games are already so easy and it was going to make them even easier. Blah, 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 blah. And actually, if you fast forward until now, the mechanic is overall like pretty well liked, especially for me personally. I've always liked it, but back then people used to complain about it. Personally, I think grinding is like one of the most unfun things to do in Pokemon. So anything that reduces the amount of grinding is good. The main complaint was that for casual players, it was going to make their Pokemon become overleveled, like really fast, even if they weren't trying to grind, which makes the already easy game even easier. And I can kind of see that argument, but at the same time, Pokemon campaign is like just not that hard or interesting to begin with, so it just doesn't matter. You like Gen 1 OU? I mean, Gen 1 definitely still has like some players, but I don't think it's anywhere near as active as Gen 3. I think there's an item somewhere around here behind one of these umbrellas. You think Gen 6 experience share was one of the best mechanics, but you don't like the addition of the fairy type? Now that's an interesting take. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say they didn't like the addition of the fairy type. I do think fairy type is kind of OP, but I don't think anyone has like been specifically against it. You do think the forced experience share makes it a bizarre choice? I mean, I guess like if you could turn it on or off, it would be better, but I like it, at the same time, there's like there's very little reason why you would ever want to turn it off, in my opinion. So I can see why they didn't bother coding it. I just think grinding is like really stupid. I do like how adding the fairy type made poison types better as a poison type lover. You can turn the experience share off. In that case, then yeah, there's like literally no reason to complain about it. I actually don't like how they how you gain EVs whenever you capture Pokemon. That's probably my least favorite like core mechanics change of all time. Okay, so there should be a grass type available here. Go to Dewford. Route 109. There's no grass types on Route 109. Then you go to Slateport. Nothing available in Slateport. And then you go to 110. Now 110 should have a grass type available. Yes, we can get Oddish here. Finally. Huge Oddish fan. So let's bring up our IV calculator. So for Oddish, we should also think about natures. So for Oddish, we basically just want to avoid, well, honestly, I think for Oddish it should be the same as Breloom. We want to avoid bold, modest, calm, timid, adamant, impish, careful, and jolly, because we want our Sludge Bomb to do good damage, which means we need attack, and we want our grass type moves to do good damage, so we need special attack as well. This is going to be our first grass poison type. Very iconic typing that was very prevalent in earlier generations, but kind of started to fall off over time. We haven't seen a grass poison type yet, but we are going to get one now. I'll lead with... I actually don't know who to lead with. It doesn't really matter. I should save though. That way I can reset if I get a bad Oddish. What's the appearance rate on this thing? 10%. Alright, this is going to take a little bit of time. Oh, never mind. Oh, we can also use Sweet Scent, which is really nice. Sweet Scent is great utility. It just allows you to get encounters faster in the overworld without running back and forth, which honestly, at my age, my wrists get really, really, really tired and sore. So moving the control stick up and down, like running back and forth in order to get encounters, is pretty damaging to my wrists. So for a nickname for Oddish, I'm going to go with... I'll just go with Francis, who's been active in chat recently. I'm not going to scroll all the way back up to the top of the chat window to see who joined 4th. I'm just going to pick someone who's being active in chat right now. And then we'll do Francis too if we have to. I have a good feeling. I think this is going to be a good Oddish. We get a Mild Nature. Mild is not on our list, so we can keep it. We made a list of types to avoid, not types to aim for, so. Is Mild not? Mild's not on our list, right? I don't think so. Okay. So we have Chlorophyll. We have 36 HP. That seems really good. 18 attack, 18 defense, 28 special, 24 special spadef, and then 12 speed. For our IVs, we have middling HP, low attack, unfortunate. Middling defense, good special attack and special attack nature, good special defense, and atrocious speed. This is terrible speed. This is actually might be worth tossing, just because we have bad speed and bad attack. Like this is either a 0 or a 1 speed IV. This is actually so bad that I'm going to reset. Might be a controversial decision, because that could actually be like, it's not bad enough to really like ruin the entire playthrough. Like we could use that Oddish, but it doesn't take that long to reset and get a 10%. If it was like a 1% encounter, I would keep it. Now, if we end up getting multiple, like even worse Oddish after this, then I'll regret the decision, but for now, I feel fine. And like the special attack was good, but it wasn't that good. It was like middling. So yeah, like that Oddish had all like middling or like terrible IVs. The one thing it would be good at is hitting hard with special attacks, but we have 3 other Pokemon that already do that. So it's not like we particularly need that. And Oddish's speed is bad enough. We don't need it to be even worse with a low speed IV. This is also a better place to train also. So coming here first before fighting Brawly is just overall a good idea. Can someone tell me if fighting is weak against poison? I think it is, but I can't remember. Electrike is 40%, by the way. We're getting a new dish. Yeah, we'll probably just do 1 Oddish. Am I going to use save states? I mean, there's not really any reason to. If you guys want me to catch 2 Oddish, I'll catch 2 Oddish. Poison does resist fighting. Yeah, that's what I meant. I was asking about resistances. I phrased it wrong, but I was asking about resistances. So yeah, poison does resist fighting, so we'll probably use Oddish or Gloom for the Brawly fight. And then after that, I'm not sure. I'll see what other moves I have access to at level 18. Man, it's taking a while to find the second Oddish. We should be seeing about 1 in 10 Oddishes. There we go. This one already seems like it has better defense, because I'm hitting it for way less. And it won't be hard to train this thing because it joins at level 13. I'll catch 2 Oddishes, so we can do Vileplume and Bellossom. Here's our Francis 2. In that case, I'm not going to be too strict about which Oddish is better. Or like catching like a super good Oddish. Because I'll probably get 1 good and 1 like bad Oddish. Okay, Rash is not on our list, so we can keep it. It's level 13. 37 HP, so better HP this time. 20 attack, better attack. 19 defense, better defense. Same special attack. Much worse SPDEF. That leads me to believe that Rash is probably a minus SPDEF nature. And then 13 speed. Yeah, I was right. Rash is minus SPDEF. Okay, so this one actually has good... well, no, again. Okay, so this one has... So the last one had mediocre IVs and like terrible IVs. This one has good IVs and terrible IVs. But not as bad as the last one. Okay, so we've got really good... We got good HP, good attack, good special attack, good special defense with a negative nature though. Bad speed and then pretty bad defense, but I'll keep it. This one's good enough. And then we'll just catch one more now. Maybe this one can be the Blossom, although you don't want bad speed on a Blossom. I don't know. Some of them are only going to be evolving just for the sake of completion. We're not going to be using all of them, obviously. I also don't know how to get a Sunstone in this game, so we're going to have to figure that out later. Again, I didn't do any research for this run. We're just going to be doing it on stream. Hello, Sir Winston IV. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got another very slow one. Not quite as slow as the last one, but still pretty slow. It doesn't matter for Blossom. Okay, we'll just keep it then. Now, we could technically breed a second one later instead of catching one, but we've got one, so it's fine. You can steal it from Solrock, or you can find one in Moss Deep. I love Thief. I'm going to try to use Thief as much as possible in this run. You get one in the Moss Deep Space Center. If we can steal one, it would be better, though. Let's see. Is there anyone I haven't named yet? I guess we'll name this one Duke. Just because you just sent that message right when I was looking for chatters. Alright, this one is... Nope. This one is Jolly. Jolly is actually one of the natures we did not want, but I might keep it anyway, just for evolution. And bad HP, good attack, terrible special attack. SPDEF. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. The only good stat this one has... So this one has very bad speed, very bad special defense, very bad defense. It has good attack and good special attack, but it has a minus special attack nature. So this one is pretty terrible. We'll just use this one just to evolve into something later. So Duke is definitely going in the PC, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Duke. Your job is to be put into the PC, and then I'll evolve you later into something. Just so that I can say that I evolved every grass type. Alright, so now we need to start getting ready for Brawly. So I'm definitely going to use Oddish. We're definitely not going to use C-Dot. I'm thinking of using Shroomish here. Specifically because I don't want to... Well, we just used Shroomish in the last battle, so let's use Sceptile on this one. Or in fact, we'll get a Grovyle too. So yeah, we should start training these two. Ooh, Wingull, this one's gonna be tough. He should have Peck. I don't know why he's not using Peck. I think we can win this. We have to just not repeatedly hit ourselves in confusion. Okay, Wingull's not as scary as I thought. I thought he had Peck. Seems like he either didn't have it or didn't want to use it. Machop we might be able to beat, although if we get crit a bunch of times... Yeah, so this is a good example for why Oddish is going to be good against Brawly. Because we resist fighting type attacks, we can basically just tank through everything and just absorb. And we're going to have better moves by the time we get to level 18. I think I coded a button for rapid fire. Let me see if I can get that to work. Yeah, I did. Okay. This is going to be much better on my wrist. I can just hold down the button. Wingull learns wing attack at level 13. Oh, okay, so he doesn't have it yet. We're definitely going to get Vileplume and Blossom. We're just not going to use both of them. Neither, like, Vileplume and Blossom are both, like, pretty mid Pokemon. Like, neither one is particularly good. So there's not really any advantage to putting both of them on our team when they're comparing against, like, Shiftry and Breloom and Sceptile. Yeah, low kick also does low damage because Oddish is so light. Welcome to the Oddish community. Wingull is very dangerous at level 13 or higher. Okay, so we got pretty lucky at the fact that his level was quite low. Okay, so there should be some hidden items around here, but I don't know where they are. If somebody knows the locations off the top of their head, feel free to tell me. I'm not like a big like anti-spoiler person. Yeah, Francis is going to be the Oddish that we actually use. And I am going to start training them. We can also use Poison Powder against Brawly too, because his Pokemon like to set up. So we can use Poison Powder on them just to prevent them from running away with the game. Yeah, unfortunately Duke was kind of sucky. Honestly, Francis is not that good either. I think we caught 3 Oddish and every single one of them had bad speed and bad defense IVs, which is crazy. Dude, I know there's a hidden item somewhere around here. Where the heck is it? Ultra Ball. Let me check Poke Earth. That might tell me where it is. Items, okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong route. Go back to Route 109. Okay, Soft Sand we got. Soda Pop we're gonna get soon. By the way, Azurill is a normal type, it's not a water type. Did you know that? PP Up is on the northwest on the route. The Big Pearl requires Surf. The Great Ball is just outside of the Seashore House. Heart Scale is inside of a Blue Parasol, okay. There's another one east of a Red Parasol. There's another one above an Old Man with a Zigzagoon. Yeah, so there's just hidden items everywhere, and I have no idea where they are. So there's one around here, I guess. There's one to the right of a Red Parasol. And I think there's one underneath the Blue Parasol. I don't know where that is. And there was something to the northeast. Something right outside this house. I'm not getting the hidden items. Maybe they added some in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I'm not getting anything to the right of these Red Parasols. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure. I got everything that I could find. There's probably stuff I missed. Would I use Azurill on a water-only playthrough? Yeah, probably I'd allow myself to do it. I'd probably allow myself to do that. It doesn't sound that unreasonable to me. Some people would be against it, and I would respect their decision, but it's just not the way that I would do it. I would allow it, personally. I'm really not a stickler for rules. Like if you compare, like if you look at D&D alignments, like lawful versus chaotic, I am an extremely chaotic person. Like, I think rules generally make things worse. I think there's almost never a situation where adding rules makes things better. So, like, even when I do challenge runs like this, for example, I'm very loose with the rules. I just play in a way that is fun to me and feels like the spirit of the challenge that I'm trying to do. I don't come up with like this really strict rule set and then like go crazy like trying to do whatever it takes to make sure that I follow those rules. That's just not the way that I play games, or even challenge runs for that matter. Goldeen might have Peck, but it seems like it doesn't want to attack. So most trainers in this game just have a very simple version of AI. The only thing they check to see, so they check to see if their move does nothing. So they won't use Earthquake on you if you're a flying type. But other than that, they just choose randomly from among their remaining moves. Only trainers with smart AI will specifically go out of their way to target your weaknesses. So most trainers in the game won't try to target your weaknesses. They only try to avoid like doing attacks that do nothing. Honestly, by the time we beat all of the gym trainers, we might have multiple level 18 Pokemon to choose from. I have to be careful because this thing probably has... No, okay. So sometimes when you try to absorb from like a Tentacool or something, you actually take damage instead of healing, but it seems like that's not the case here. I forget what the ability's called. I think it's called like Liquid Ooze, maybe. Get a bunch of free soda pops, we can use those. You think only using grass automatically makes me lawful? No, that's a very silly way of looking at the world. Someone ever doing one thing that follows one rule doesn't make them lawful. The difference between lawful and chaotic is that lawful people believe that rules and laws lead to good outcomes, and chaotic people think that rules and laws generally lead to bad outcomes. But literally what you're saying is like a lawful way of looking at things. Like a lawful person would be like, oh, well, you followed one rule, therefore you must be lawful. That's a lawful idea. A chaotic person would be like, no, like obviously like sometimes you're gonna do something that follows some rule. Like the idea that you would never do anything that ever follows any rule is just absurd. That's one of the reasons why I consider myself chaotic, because that's just so common sense to me. Like, why would you think that following one rule automatically makes you lawful? Like chaotic thinking generally ties in with the more flexible thinking, in my opinion. Ooh, okay, we do have to watch out for Metatites, because they can hit us for psychic damage, which is super effective against us. I don't think Brawly uses a Metatite, so we don't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about the gym trainers. Yeah, Oddish is like, honestly, I think in every Pokemon game where you can catch Oddish, it's usually useful, like, around the time when you catch it. Like, it's usually an early game Pokemon that actually has use in the early game. In Gen 1, you can use Oddish to beat Misty. If you didn't start with Bulbasaur, you can just get an Oddish and then use it to beat Misty. Okay, so we're level 18 on Francis, so we do have to be careful now. Do we want Sleep Powder over Stun Spore and Poison Powder? Honestly, I like Stun Spore and Poison Powder more than I like Sleep Powder. I'm gonna go put him in the PC. And then get him back out when we're ready to fight Brawly, just so that I don't accidentally level him up again. Neutral is a lot more flexible than Chaotic. Like, I was just talking about how Chaotic thinking is pretty flexible, but a neutral person would be even more flexible in their thinking. Like, for me personally, like, I think, like I already said this, I think generally adding rules and laws almost always leads to worse outcomes. Like, a neutral person wouldn't think that. They would think, you know, sometimes laws are good, sometimes laws are bad, which is how the majority of people are. Like, the thing about alignments is that they're not evenly distributed. It's not like 33% neutral, 33% chaotic, 33% lawful. Most people are neutral because most people just don't really have strong convictions or strong ideals. The reason I consider myself chaotic is because I actually do have pretty strong convictions. Like, I believe in having the fewest amount of rules and laws that are necessary to make society function. Anything more than that is usually, in my opinion, just a result of people's thinking with emotion rather than reason. Like, people generally just want to people generally just want to add laws and add rules to make themselves feel good, to make themselves feel more secure. But they don't actually lead to better outcomes. It just makes you feel better. It makes you feel safer. Rumor, you wanted to learn sleep powder? No. Honestly, I'm getting good value out of Leer, but I don't need Pound anymore because I have Quick Attack. Yeah, so a lot of people confuse chaotic with evil. Like, typically people just automatically think that chaotic is evil. That's one of the most common misconceptions about like alignments. But the truth is, chaotic is more just about being opposed to like rules and laws. Not just that you don't follow them, but you're like, you have to. That's the other thing, is like, you're not like, just not following the rules doesn't just make you chaotic. Like, you have to be what's the word I'm thinking of? Like, philosophically opposed to rules and laws. You have to be like me. You have to actually believe that they generally lead to worse outcomes. Fury Cutter. I mean, I think Leer is better than Fury Cutter, honestly. Hello, Greybell. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I don't know why I went off on such a long D&D related tangent, by the way. Yeah, druids are more chaotic on average. That's the truth of this world. Alright, I'm gonna go to Slateport because it'll be easier to train to level 18 there. You think lawful? Okay, so anyone who thinks lawful is evil is definitely chaotic. That's actually something that I believe too. I actually think lawful good does not exist. I think lawful people can only be neutral or evil. That's a really good measure of like how chaotic I am. The fact that I genuinely believe, like, I don't think lawful good exists. I think if you're lawful, so I think if you're a lawful person, then at some point in time you have made the decision that obeying the rule of law was more important than doing something good. Like, you believed that you had to do something to follow the rules, and it was more important to you than actually, you know, like doing what was right. For me, that fundamentally makes a person evil. Which is, I'm not necessarily saying that that's the truth of the world. I'm not saying that's like because I think that's right and everyone must agree with me. But what I'm saying is, because I think that way, that's a really good example of why I would be considered chaotic rather than just neutral. If something yawns at me, I'm just gonna run away. How's the run going so far? Really good. We've made really fast progress, and we haven't struggled with any of the battles so far. And I'm very certain we can deal with Watson with no trouble. Lawyers. Yeah. Like, people who are, like, obsessed with, like, lawyering, like rules lawyering or just lawyering in real life, tend to, like, bore me or upset me. Yeah, more rules equals more safety, or at least that's what people think, but oftentimes it's detrimental. I think a lot of times it just leads to, like needless waste. Like, we waste time enforcing rules that actually don't even need to be written in the first place. And a lot of times, they don't really account for the nuances of real life. Like, you can make a rule that is supposed to, like, make people, quote-unquote, safer, but in some situations, it ends up just, like, causing problems. Like, it ends up making it more inconvenient for those people. Alright, I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center so I don't have to deal with this paralysis. You also don't agree with lawful good? The thing is, I'm sure there's at least one person in chat who probably considers themselves to be lawful good. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just the way that I view the world. Plusle and mine are actually pretty bulky. They're in that interesting design space where because they don't evolve, because they're single stage Pokemon, they have higher base stats than most first form Pokemon. So despite looking like a Pikachu, they're actually, like, their base stats are actually pretty okay. They're not as good as, like, evolved Pokemon, but they're like pretty good for like something you can just catch and use right away without evolving. Okay, I could probably go heal off this paralysis and it would help, but honestly I'm just going to spam quick attack and just power through it. Especially because we can't get yawned now. Yeah, Watson is going to be pretty easy with grass only, or at least doable. Flannery might give us trouble, but the thing about Flannery and Winona is they come so late in the run, I think we'll be fine. Because by that time, we'll have plenty of tools to deal with them. Okay, so we have 2 level 18 Pokemon. We're going to go fight Watson now. Yeah, they're like intermediate. But intermediate is like good though. That's like on the that's on the level of second stage Pokemon, which is like without needing to evolve them, you already have a second stage Pokemon. That's like the way to look at it. I think we're saying the same thing. You're just disagreeing with me just because you think I'm saying something different from what I'm saying. I'm not saying Plusle and mine are like good. I'm saying they're like usable for what they are. Because they're on par with second stage Pokemon, but you don't need to evolve them. They just join and they're like already usable. And by this point, like not all of your Pokemon are going to have evolved because some of them have to level up to like level 22 or around that stage before they level up. And they get good utility moves too. They get like Encore. They get Helping Hand, which is good if you're doing double battles, which is better in Emerald. All right, so I'm going to lead. So the only thing I don't like about this configuration is that we don't have Leech Seed. Honestly, Sky and Francis would be better than Snowy and Francis, but I'm going to do Snowy Francis anyway, just because Snowy is like kind of weak. We're not going to get much use out of it for like the entire run probably, so I want to use it while I can. If we can win with Snowy and Francis, I would like to do that. Unfortunately, we're going to have to rely on Poison Powder instead of Leech Seed, which is worse in so many ways. It's less accurate, and you don't get healing from it. Alright, so I'm going to save before going in. If we can't win, then I'll change my team. If we don't win, but I think that we can, we'll try again. And then if we do win, then obviously we've already won, so there's nothing else to consider. This fight becomes basically free on Emerald because one of the Pokemon just spams Focus Punch. And you can just hit it every turn, and it can never hit you because it just keeps using Focus Punch over and over again. That's fine. So this means we wouldn't be able to win under Nuzlocke restrictions, though, which is a little sad. Ooh, Seismic Toss actually kind of ruins our strategy, because they can hit us for 17 damage even if we resist fighting types. I didn't think about that. Let me Poison Powder here. Yeah, we're probably going to have to use Sky. Gravile is just way too weak. We might be able to power through this. Yeah, no. Not happening. Okay. We're going to have to use Sky, guys. Gravile just is not a good Pokemon. I hate to say it, but it's just true. Alright, we're going to train up Sky and we'll come back. That activates Guts. Oh, that's something to consider. Yeah, okay, we won't use Poison then. Does, Does Makuhita also have Guts? I think it does, right? Honestly, this might not be the best place to train just because you're constantly getting paralyzed. You think Makuhita probably has Guts? Okay. So the poison strategy won't work, but Leech Seed will work. Oh, Makuhita has Thick Fat. Everyone says Makuhita is using Guts, except for Tricky. Tricky says it has Thick Fat. I don't know which. It has Thick Fat or Guts, yeah, but we don't know which one Brawly has. It's not listed on the page that I'm looking at, so I can't check. Yeah, it's either Thick Fat or Guts, but we kind of need to know which one. It's a 50-50? That doesn't sound right. I think gym leader Pokemon are always fixed. They're always set to have a specific thing. I mean, I could be wrong. Brawly's Makahita has thick fat, says Zaxworth. I'm going to trust you because you said it in a way that makes me believe that you know what you're talking about. We're probably going to have to heal after every battle just because paralysis is so annoying. That definitely slows down the grinding process. Okay, that's level 16. We should be able to get 18 pretty comfortably. We got Mega Drain now too. Mega Drain's really good this early on. Amazing 60 power with a stab. I need to start using the turbo button more often. I programmed it specifically, but I'm so used to not using it that I keep mashing the button anyway instinctively. All right, let me go get a banana and refill my water. That way I have something to eat while I'm doing this grinding. I'll be right back. I highly recommend everyone else drink water if you can. It's very healthy. It's like one of the best things you can do. Like one of the best decisions you can make in your life is to just constantly drink water and don't drink anything else. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Duke Nuka, there's actually a heat wave in France right now, so drinking water is good advice. That's really interesting for multiple reasons, actually. Is it just me, or do I have an unusually large amount of French viewers? I feel like I have way more French viewers than you would expect like a random American streamer to have on average. And I don't even speak French. There's like 4 languages that I can say that I at least like sort of speak, or at least have like some level of understanding of. And French is not on that list. Okay, cool. I should probably Leech Seed first. That way if I get like para-haxed into oblivion, I will still at least eventually win. Yeah, we're gonna have to heal after every single battle. This is gonna be really annoying, guys. I've got a banana. It's so good. I really don't like shopping for some reason. Although that's probably not exactly true. Oddish takes too long for me to kill. Zigzagoon should be good. I can just spam Mega Drain on this. So I think it's probably more accurate to say that like I kind of enjoy shopping like while I'm in the store, but I don't like driving. That's actually, yeah, probably the most accurate thing I could say is I don't like driving. I don't like driving. So as a result, I usually like put off going shopping as much as possible, which means a lot of times I don't always have like everything stocked that I want. But what's really helpful is that a lot of times now Millie knows what I like, and so she will go to the store for me and just like buy me stuff that I want. Like she bought these bananas the other day because she knew I'd probably eat them while I was streaming, which is exactly what I'm doing now. Yeah, the reason I'm running away is because I don't want to hurt any more poor innocent Oddish. The only bad thing about Mega Drain is the PP is not very good. And Giga Drain's even worse. Yeah, let's get more Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon are really nice. We can actually beat them 1v1 without having to go back to the Pokemon Center after every single battle. I'm still not using the turbo button, by the way. I don't know why. I keep saying I'm going to do it and then not doing it. Alright, so we've got our Leech Seed up. Now we can just spam Tackle and eventually win. If we don't get staticked... I don't want to use my last Mega Drain, though. Oh, we're going to have to go to... Yeah, we're going to have to go back... That's another way to look at it. We're going to have to go back to the Pokemon Center after this battle anyway to restore our PP, so we might as well just do that. Doesn't matter if we get paralyzed, because we're going to be healing anyway. Yeah, this route's kind of annoying to train, but unfortunately it's the like the highest level. There's nothing else that has like comparable levels right now, I don't think. Maybe training in the cave would have been better, because we could get like Geodude there and stuff. Static Electric is really annoying, and it's the most common Pokemon on this route too. Well, since we're going back to Dewford anyway, next time we go back to the Pokemon Center, let's just go back to Dewford instead, and then we'll go train in the cave. Although it looks like now that we have Mega Drain, we can actually kill these things pretty fast. But I'm getting paralyzed every single battle, which is so annoying. All right, yeah, let's go train in the cave. We can like one-shot Geodudes. It's so much faster than what we're doing right now. You have a Texas penguin habitat live cam video being recommended to you below this stream. That's a weird YouTube suggestion for a Pokemon YouTube stream. Yeah, one of the most important things you need to learn about YouTube is that it's fundamentally very stupid and incompetent at everything. And the reason is because it's the algorithm, especially now, is largely based on very stupid and very incompetent artificial intelligence. So don't expect the algorithm to be any better. Like just off the top of my head, just recently, things that I've tried to search on Google. What Fire Emblem 8 characters are the best for early promotion? And they recommended me Seth, a character who is already promoted and therefore cannot promote. And remember, this next one I'm going to mention was actually on stream. We did this on stream while I was streaming. We were playing Tactics Advance, and I wanted to check to see if the opponent who was disabled could still cast magic, could still cast spells, or if they were completely disabled. And I searched it, and Google says that in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, or in Final Fantasy in general, when an opponent is disabled, they can't use physical abilities, but they can still cast spells. And I said, no, that sounds wrong. I don't trust the AI because AI is fundamentally stupid and incompetent. So I'm going to look it up myself. And I looked up myself, and what do you know? The AI was wrong again. Disabled does block spell casting, and it prevents them from using any actions or any abilities, just like I thought. Now, remember that this is the same AI that's being used to power YouTube's algorithm. Now, can you honestly trust an AI that can't even understand basic concepts and basic information to understand something as complicated as how to recommend like a good video to you? Personally, I don't see it. I think the algorithm has gotten significantly worse over time, and it's only going to continue to get worse. All right, level 18. Let's see if we can do this now. Skywing says thank you to Grok. You'll be sure to promote your Seth right away. Like, if you think of any subject that you personally, like if you can think of any subject that you consider yourself to be an expert on, go search on Google, like a question that would be not even like difficult to answer, but would require like, you know, like maybe a couple of minutes worth of research to come to like a good conclusion. Something that isn't like fact-based. I mean, honestly, it gets facts wrong all the time too. But something that requires even the smallest amount of nuance, like the smallest amount of actual understanding of the subject matter, and go Google it and see what answer it gives you. And it will almost always give you a wrong answer. The only reason it ever seems like it knows what it's talking about is if you're searching for something that you don't know or you don't understand. And that's only because you don't know that the AI is wrong because you don't know what the right answer is. But if you ever search something where you know the right answer, you'll almost always notice, like, wait a second, what it just told me is completely wrong. So yeah, there's definitely something to consider there. All right, so my idea is, honestly, we don't have a great lead. I'm gonna try leading Shroomish and see what happens. I can Leech Seed here. Now the big question is going to be, how much does our Mega Drain do? Not very good. And Karate Chop hits us like crazy. He is poisoned now, which is kind of good and bad, because now he has Guts. I'm going to switch to Oddish. Oddish should resist the Karate Chop. Now this turn he's going to use a potion, so I'm going to switch back to Sky. That gets me free Leech Seed healing. I'm going to switch back to Oddish on the Karate Chop again. Now I think if I absorb here, I should be guaranteed to survive. Okay. Now I'm in a tricky spot. I think if I stay in with Oddish, I have to sack Oddish, but if I switch to Shroomish, it's not very good either. And I don't think sacking Oddish is a good idea, because then Makuhita will just run through us. Graybell, in your personal experience, the AI is only wrong about 40% of the time. Wow, that's really good. That's almost as good as a coin flip. That's almost as good as a random coin flip. Aleph, no, I'm not going to be using items in battle. I think using items in battle. Okay, hold on a second. He might have a potion here. If he uses a potion, I think we're fine. Yeah. Well, we're not necessarily fine, but we don't instantly lose. I'm going to absorb here. We're dodging a lot of crits here. How much was he doing to me again? Hold on a second. I'm watching the replay right now. We were on 31. And he brought us down to 13. I need my calculator for this. For basic arithmetic. He's going to deal 18 damage. We should survive always here. The problem is we need to get Shroomish in. But we need Shroomish to be on like high health too. Oh, this is tricky. I'm actually not sure what to do here. If I switch Shroomish in, Shroomish is going to take a ton of damage that they just cannot afford to take. Held items like berries would be fine. Yeah, honestly, equipping berries might make this fight more winnable. Yes, Karate Chop is a high crit move. The problem is if you feint, I don't think that Sky wins the 1v1 against Makuhita. We can try. So this would be the way to do it. I don't think Oddish ever comes back in safely. So I'm going to try Poison Powder. Okay, we got the Poison Powder on Bulk Up. That's a good start. He went for Arms Thrust with no lethal. Interesting. Okay, I mean, that definitely plays to our advantage. Now I feel a lot better about this. This we can maybe win because he already used all of his potions. So he can't heal this Makuhita. All we have to do is stall out a few more turns. Oh, you know what that was? This can actually happen in Gen 3. It's pretty rare, but in Gen 3, when the enemy AI is selecting which move to attack with, what they do is they check the damage ranges. Like, they check a random damage roll with every attack, and then see if it kills. And then if it kills, they use it. But the thing is, Arm Roll there was not guaranteed to kill. So when the AI, or Arm Thrust was not guaranteed to kill. So when the AI was choosing its attack, it saw that it rolled a random arm thrust, which killed me, and so it picked that attack. But then in the actual game, when it did the arm thrust for real, the attack didn't kill me, so then I ended up surviving. That's exactly what happened there. Either that or he just doesn't have lethal on me, which maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just doesn't have lethal on me. Does he not have Circle Throw, or does Circle Throw just do like no damage? I think this Oddish is about to win the 1v1. Unless he has an amazing move that he just hasn't used for some reason. I think we just won with Poison Powder. Okay, that's really unfortunate. I think we could have tanked that, but we're fine now. So under strict Nuzlocke rules, we would have just lost our Oddish there. Honestly, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna see if we can do it without losing any Pokemon. So for this, what I would do is I would give an Oran Berry to both of them. That's going to massively increase our survivability. It's going to make it so we don't get into those difficult situations where we have to think about, you know, switching or not. I'm not sure which Arm Thrift it checks, but it actually looks like he just straight up didn't have lethal against us there. Okay, starting with Leer is great, because now we can immediately switch to Oddish. Seismic Toss. I'm actually not going to poison him, because I don't want him to have Guts boosted. I think we can just beat him with Absorb now, because he doesn't have the Guts boost this time. Yeah, like the difference between the Guts boost is massive. Okay, he's going to Potion now. Am I fine with that? I don't have any problem with him using a potion here. I'm actually... should I absorb for damage? No, I'm just going to Sweet Scent here. It seems a little bit weird, but I don't want to waste my Absorb PP. And I'm going to win this 1v1 anyway. Yeah, so the last time the reason we struggled so much is because we let him get his Guts boost. Okay, he's probably going to heal again now, so I'm going to Sweet Scent. No, he didn't heal this turn. Interesting. Okay, well, he's definitely going to heal this turn, right? Yeah. One good thing about Grass types is it's very easy to get the opposing gym leaders to use all of their potions on their weakest Pokemon. Because between, like, Poison and Leech Seed and, like, Absorb having low damage, it's very easy to get them down to, like, very low health without killing them. Okay, I'm gonna Sweet Scent this turn. Karate Chop's great. He could have Seismic Toss there. That would have been worse for us. Okay, now I'm gonna switch to Shroomish. So we have Shroomish in for free. Now we want to not take too much damage there, which is good. Now, if we Leech Seed here, I think we win without any losses. So 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon. We obeyed the level cap. We didn't use any items in battle, and we didn't lose any Pokemon. That's the level of perfection that I'm aiming for with each gym. This is what I'm kind of going for. I want to see if we can beat every gym under these conditions. I think we could even save our Oran Berries, unless he gets a super Arms Thrust this turn, which he didn't. Okay, so if I switch out to Francis, Francis is going to take no damage from this. Look at this. Look at this absolute legend. And now we win. Dude, that went exceptionally well. So actually, that fight was very winnable. It just looked worse than it was because of the Guts boosted Machop on our first attempt. TM08 is Bulk Up, which is really good. Alright, so we won without using any Oran Berries, and with both of our Pokemon above half health. Really solid victory. That is showcasing the power of grass types. You think Sleep Powder is better against Guts? Oh, that's true, yeah. The Makuhita will knock off the berry. But the problem is we would have needed the healing before getting to the Makuhita anyway. So if we used the berry, it would have been on the Machop, which we ended up not even doing. Yeah, that was a sick Oddish victory. That was a really good victory overall. I feel very good about how that went. All right, let's start training Nodot now. The next rival, I think, has 3 Pokemon. I don't know what their levels are. I think there's a quick way to find out, though. We go here, Slateport, and then Route 110. Trainers. Pokefan. Youngster Timmy. Brendan. No, we're going to be fighting May. We chose Trico. Okay, so she's going to have level 20 Pokemon. And she is going to have 3 of them. Combuskin is definitely going to be a problem. Combuskin is going to be a menace. The Shroomish is not going to be that easy to get through either. Let's just get all of our Mons up to level 20 and then go from there. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, we need to go to the contest hall, right? No, that's not it either. Okay, what am I doing wrong? It seems like Team Magma is blocking all of the paths, but I don't understand how to get them to move. I don't remember. I thought they would have moved after I beat Brawly. Oh, no, that's right. We have to go to the harbor first. Maybe this is the wrong harbor. But I think I'm doing the right thing. I'm just not going to the right place. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so now he tells me that Captain Stern is in the museum. Now I go to the museum. Right. I'm also going to get the Thief TM here. I'm pretty sure Shiftry actually learns Thief naturally. I want to look that up. Because there's a few Pokemon that learn Thief naturally. And that means you can use the TM on someone else. But it also kind of depends on what level I learn it. Seedot does not learn it. Nuzleaf might. And we need a leaf stone to evolve. We're going to need a lot of leaf stones, so we're probably going to have to find out a way to get multiples. So Thief is actually going to be useful in this run, because we're going to have to get a bunch of leaf stones. Okay, in Generation 3, he actually does not learn Thief. So we have to use the TM. Let me just triple check. Maybe Shiftry learns it. I doubt it, but it's possible. Generation 3 is especially weird when it comes to movesets. Okay, yeah, no, Shiftry doesn't learn anything. So you can actually breed TMs as egg moves. I'm not going to go that far. We won't evolve to Gloom until level 21. Okay, so Gloom's probably not going to be the option. Oddish is probably not going to be the option here, because we don't have anything that it's particularly good against, the way that it was good against Brawly. Which means it's being stuck in first form and being low base stats might hurt us more than it helps. Like, I think Shroomish is better than Oddish, but Gloom is better than Shroomish, obviously. But then Breloom is better than Gloom, so. Anyway, let's just get the Thief TM and we'll worry about it later. So the Thief TM, very importantly, you get it from one of these guys here. And if you don't get it right now, you actually lose it for the entire playthrough. Like, you can't get it later. So you have to make sure you get it right here from this guy. I don't think any of the other ones will battle me. Yeah, the other ones won't battle me. We can probably get to level... Well, we're not going to be level 21. I'm going to be going to level 20. I don't want to break the level caps for any of the major battles. So I'm going to try to beat her at level 20. But I'll up to 21 if I have to. But so far, we've been able to do it without breaking any level caps. So I'd like to stick to that if I can. Nature Power might be better here. Because I got Growled, I'm going to see what Bullet Seed does. Bullet Seed is doing okay damage. Ember, unfortunately, is going to destroy me if it hits me again. Lucky. If that was a 2-turn Bullet Seed, we would have fainted. Okay, now the next one should come out immediately. He actually stays there all game until you pick up the Thief TM. Okay, I was totally wrong then. Zubat, huh? Yeah, we're not going to be able to fight this thing without... Especially because Leech Seed is devastating. What even beats this, honestly? Not you. I don't know why I switched you in. I'm actually just going to let you faint. Well, technically he has... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, he doesn't have AI that would make him automatically use Leech Seed every turn, but we lost anyway, so it wasn't even worth finishing that thought. Okay, yeah, this is much better. We just have to not get confused or not hit ourselves in confusion. Now we have a Numel to deal with. Mega Drain should be okay against Numel, because he is ground type. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just go by the gym leader level caps. I figure if we're just going to do like every major battle without breaking the level caps, it would even more effectively show off the power of grass types. Do you get another reward for delivering the Devon goods? I can't remember. Seems like you probably would. Don't need any dolls. Don't need any vitamins. I don't have secret power yet. Okay. For some reason I thought the guys here would sell nicer stuff, but I guess not. Alright. We gotta pick up Super Potion. So, who do we want to use realistically? I'm thinking Seedot, Gravile, and Shroomish, probably. So let's work on grinding them all to level 20. And then see where things go from there. And then we'll use Oddish if I feel like we have to adjust our strategy. No, we got the experience share already. That's for delivering the item to Steven. Yeah, you get the experience share for delivering the letter to Steven. The Devon goods, I think, has a reward, a different reward. I don't know what it is, though. Oh my god. The paraspam on this route is out of control, by the way. It's kind of ridiculous how everything on this route paraspams you. Yeah, you can see how this Plusle is just like a little bit tanky. I'm not fighting a Mewtwo, but it's like it's stronger than a Pikachu would be in the same position usually. By the way, my attack's falling. I should probably switch to Bullet Seed. They added a lot of double battles in Emerald too. In Ruby and Sapphire, there's only a couple of double battles and they're mostly optional. In fact, they're all optional other than Tate and Liza. So the one thing that Nuzleaf really lacks compared to our other grass types, he has no real healing method. He doesn't have Absorb, he doesn't have Giga Drain, he doesn't have Leech Seed. The one good thing he has going for him is that he is evolved, so he has like good HP. In fact, he has the best HP of anyone in our party. Yeah, you're thinking of the letter to Steven. That's how you get the experience share. Let's go back. Well, I want to deliver the Devon goods and see if I get anything for it. I'm curious now. I'm not sure about the phone. If it's in this game or if it was added in Ruby and Sapphire. At Seedot... Oh, sorry. With Seedot, if you wait till level 1, you can get Synthesis. Interesting. It's worth considering, but at this point, not really. The thing is, Synthesis is a lot better if you can combine it with other healing methods. Like if we had Leech Seed plus Synthesis, that would be good. But having like just Synthesis doesn't really help you that much, especially if you're stuck as a Seedot until level 21. Then again, it's not like we use Seedot to fight Brawly anyway, so you could be onto something. Or we didn't use Nuzleaf to fight Brawly anyway. In fact, Seedot might have been better against Brawly because without the Dark type, you wouldn't take as much damage. I don't know, that's very dubious. I think the combination we used against Brawly is the best we could have done. Probably. So it's either from him or the guy downstairs. Seedot gets good moves before evolving. Maybe I should have looked into that. So maybe him? Yeah, no. There's no reward for delivering the Devon goods. That's crazy. I can't believe there's no reward for it. That's absolutely wild. Did they not consider that? Did they not think like, oh, maybe the player would want some kind of reward for doing this errand? I guess not. There's another stream that I was considering doing as well, where I try to soft lock myself. I've talked about this before too. You guys have, I know you guys have heard me talk about it. Anyone who's been in my streams for a while has heard me mention this before, wanting to do a Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire quote unquote speed run, where the goal is to soft lock myself really fast. It's not really fast, actually. There's probably faster methods to do it, but it's the method that I know about, that I wanted to try out and do as fast as possible, where you use Mr. Briny, basically. When you get Fly, there's a cutscene that triggers when you leave the gym that causes... I can't remember exactly what it does, but it has something to do with Mr. Briny. And if you... Oh, yeah, here's what it was. So it's actually really interesting. So you know how typically in Pokemon games you have to have badges in order to use HMs? So Fly specifically in this game is actually not coded to work with the badge. It's actually coded to work with the cutscene. So after you leave the gym, a cutscene plays. And after you view that cutscene, it allows you to use Fly outside of battle. But if you have the badge in your inventory, it doesn't actually allow you to fly outside of battle unless you've seen that cutscene. But what's interesting is that once you have the badge in your inventory, Mr. Briny stops moving around. So what you can do is you can set your Pokemon Center to Dewford Town, where Brawly is, and then you can go fight Norman, and then you get Fly. Or you get the you either get the HM for Fly, or you just get like the ability to use Fly, but you can't actually use it yet. Then instead of leaving the gym, you use the teleport command, and you teleport back to Dewford Town, and then you have the Fly HM, but you can't actually use Fly because you haven't viewed the cutscene yet. But because the game thinks that you can fly, Mr. Brawly won't come to Dewford, and he won't bring you back. Like, you won't be able to sail away from Dewford Town, and so you're stuck, and you haven't learned Surf at this point in the game, and you don't have Fly yet, so you're just stuck in Dewford forever. I think I explained that in a very clumsy, rambling, nonsensical way, but that's the general idea. Yeah, it doesn't sound right, but I just talked to everyone in there who would give a reward, and they didn't give it. In Ruby and Sapphire, the reward is just progressing. In Emerald, you get a repeat ball. That sounds familiar. I know you get something in Emerald. Can you catch anything that learns Surf? It doesn't matter. You don't have the Surf HM, and you can't use Surf outside of battle at that point anyway. So you're just soft locked either way. We're inside, so Nature Power would be Swift, which I guess is fine. Paralyzed again. The Paraspam in this route is just crazy. It feels like they wanted to design a route to be as annoying as possible, where you have to go back to the Pokemon Center after every battle. Oh, maybe you have to get rid of Pokemon that have Surf, maybe then. Oh, my bag is full. I didn't even know that could still happen in Gen 3. I'm not gonna need a Paralyze Heal for anything. I'd also prefer to sell the X accuracy if I can, but if I need room in my inventory, I'll probably toss that next. Yeah, I haven't done the soft lock myself personally, and it's been a while since I read about it, so I could be misremembering some of the details. I know it's definitely possible to soft lock yourself there, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't require that much prep. It's not like some soft locks where you have to do like a bunch of prep. All you have to do is just teleport to Dewford before viewing the cutscene that allows you to use Fly. But it might be the case that you have to get rid of any Pokemon that would allow you to learn Surf. Oh boy, paralysis and accuracy down. this will accomplish anything other than just making the battle take a million turns. I think Gen 3 is like really leans heavily into the identity of having opponent trainers use abilities that just make the battles take forever. We can at least use Swift here to guarantee the hit. But yeah, they love spamming paralysis, they love spamming confusion, they love spamming evasion. I don't know what it is. They were like really in on the idea of having just making the player waste like a bunch of turns in this game. Yeah, so here's the point where like our best attacks are Pursuit and Absorb, which are not good attacks. Maybe we'll get the reward later after we finish connecting the towns of Verdant Turf and Restboro. I think you do get a reward for doing that, yeah. You know what? Instead of throwing the paralysis heal on the ground, I probably should have used the paralysis heal. I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? Why in the world would I ever do that? Why did I do that? I threw a paralysis heal on the ground while I had a paralyzed Pokemon instead of just using it to cure them. To make room in my inventory. I just wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even thinking at all. That's so obvious. That's actually kind of funny. By the way, early on, Charizard was first place in the poll. Now Bulbasaur's first place. I always love it. For some reason, it always fascinates me whenever polls actually change. Because like most of the time, like most polls you ever see, like most polls that ever get run, typically there's always an option that's in the lead early on and then it just stays in the lead forever. And so the winner is like basically decided like within the first few minutes. Like it's very rare for a poll to like actually drastically change after after like something has taken the lead. But actually, we had an early Charmander lead, and then not only is Bulbasaur in the lead now, but Charmander actually fell behind. Charmander's actually in third place now. I should definitely be using Bullet Seed here. I'm holding down the turbo button, finally. I learned my lesson. Holding down the turbo button is going to allow me to stream for longer. If I didn't have this, if I hadn't set this up before starting the stream, I probably would have had to stop the stream after about 3 hours, which means we would be stopping soon. But because I have this, because I'm using the turbo button, and I'm not like constantly mashing the button with my thumb and causing like pains in my wrist, I'll be able to stream for way longer. So we can probably do like a nice long stream today. I want to at least beat Watson for sure. That's like non-negotiable. Like my number one goal, even with starting this challenge, was just showing how strong grass types are against Watson. And how even if you don't have like a Pokemon who can reliably like 1v1 his entire gym, like if you 3v3 him, you can absolutely win. Because where grass types really shine in team battles. They're not as strong in like the 1v1, but if you can set up like Leech Seed, or if you can set up like, you know, Poison Powder or Toxic or Stun Spore or Sleep Powder and like switch around between your Pokemon, that's where grass types really excel. Bulbasaur has gotten more popular ever since Generation 1? Yeah, maybe. The starter Pokemon poll, it makes sense for it to be so erratic. Yeah, you're probably right about that, because there's just, like, honestly, a starter Pokemon poll is always going to be pretty balanced. It's usually going to be, like, around 33% for every Pokemon. There's just, yeah, it just comes down to preference. Charmander does suck in the first generation against the first few gyms, yeah, but it still ends up being pretty strong later on, though. I'm pretty sure it learns Flamethrower, which is a big deal in Gen 1. Most fire types in Gen, like not every fire type in Gen 1 can learn Flamethrower, and most of them only learn it like after leveling up very, very high. And there's no Flamethrower TM in that game. Even in Gen 3, Flamethrower access is pretty restrictive. There is a TM, but you can only get it from the game corner. And a lot of the other ones learn it through like really weird methods. Like you have to level up their first form to a really high level to learn Flamethrower and then evolve them later. That's the case with, I think that's the case with Torchic. I could be wrong. Oh, let's go empty our bag. Yeah, all three of the Gen 1 starters have good designs. I think Pokemon design, I mean, this is probably not a super controversial opinion. I might get made fun of for being like a Gen 1er, but I generally think that Pokemon design has gotten worse. Maybe not universally, but it's definitely gotten worse. Like, I just think a lot of like the newer Pokemon don't appeal to me personally. Sure, we'll sell the Nugget now. There's also a mail that we can buy while we're here, so we don't have to come back and buy it later. It's the Harbor Mail. We can use this to get the coin case. I kind of want to spend my money in case I faint again. It's been a while since I fainted. Actually, I don't think I did faint earlier. I was afraid that I was going to, but then I didn't. Is that right? I could be misremembering. Let's actually buy... Oh, there's no full heals. Okay. I do want escape ropes, because I forgot to buy them earlier. I think I'm going to wait until I can buy full heals. You think they've gotten very lazy after Gen 4? Designs have lost a lot of the charm when they switched to 3D. Yeah, okay, that is one big thing for me personally. I really prefer 2D over 3D in almost every case. Like, there's almost no cases where I would prefer 3D over 2D. It's like extremely rare for me. Like, I can't even think of any example where I would prefer the 3D over 2D for anything, like any game, for any genre, for anything. But that also partially comes down to the type of games that I play. And so, as a result, whenever Pokemon switched over to 3D, not only do I think the models look worse... Wow. Bullet Seed Miss into Bully Seed Miss, huh? Okay. So not only do I think, like, just the models look worse for the Pokemon that already exist, compared to the old sprites, but then, like, the newer designs are always designed, like, with a 3D framework in mind, which I just don't like as much. It's personal preference, though. I actually went through a very long period of time where I didn't play any Pokemon. Like, so, you know, when I first got into Pokemon, I was really into it, and I played it so much that I guess I probably just, like, eventually burned myself out. And then after I was totally burned out on Pokemon, I basically just didn't play any Pokemon for, like, years after that. And then after that, but then I did actually get back into Pokemon again later. And once I did, I ended up playing all the games that I had skipped over. So I have played pretty much all of them. I haven't played Scarlet and Violet. I'm really not interested in Scarlet and Violet for one big reason. And I could be wrong about this, but based on what I heard, someone, it wasn't even someone who told me, but I believe I read it somewhere. They turned off the ability to skip battle animations, which is just insane to me. As someone who already thinks like Pokemon games are way too slow even with animations turned off, like the removing the ability to turn off animations just makes it so I'm pretty much never going to play that game. Apparently it's also like really badly optimized too. No, I wasn't hit by Sand Attack. It's just that, well, maybe I was. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but Bullet Seed has less than 100% accuracy. A lot of new Pokemon are made to have certain jobs or roles. You can't tell me that Grimer is peak besides nostalgia. Okay, see, this is one thing that I want to say. Well, hold on a second. Fake Out's really good. I want to talk about Fake Out and how good it is. Which I guess I mean, that's all I have to say about it. Fake Out's really good. Okay, so this is one thing. Whenever you criticize, like, new Pokemon games, people always point out, like, people will always pick, like, one really bad example from Gen 1 and be like, see, older games were bad too. But when I'm criticizing new Pokemon games, I'm not saying that Gen 1 is the only good game. Like, Gen 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 are all good. It's only later games, like, from 6 and onwards when the design started to get significantly bad. Where, like, the localization started to get worse, where like the difficulty curve started to get worse. So like when I say like new Pokemon games, when I say like designs have gotten worse in newer games, you can't point out like one bad Pokemon from Gen 1 and use that as like a retort, because realistically I'm not talking about just Gen 1 versus Gen 9. I'm talking about like Gens 1 through 5 versus Gens 6 through 9, and that's a completely different conversation. even if there are like bad Pokemon in earlier gens, there are more bad Pokemon in later gens. Like the frequency of bad Pokemon is higher. It's very, very difficult to dispute that. Granted, it does come down to subjectivity, so everyone's going to have their own opinion. I don't mind someone having their own opinion, but I do mind someone trying to retort with like, oh, Grimer sucks. Like, yeah, Grimer sucks, but what does that have to do with like all of the Pokemon, like the 400, 500 Pokemon from the first few generations versus Iron Foot, Iron Toe, Iron Ankle, Iron Kneecap, Iron Thigh, Iron Waist, Iron Backbone, Iron Rib, Iron Shoulder. Like there's 15 different Pokemon that are all like the same Pokemon, which not only is it just lazy to name all of them like Iron something versus Iron something versus Iron something and have all of them be the same concept, but they're not even original designs. They're just rip-offs of old designs anyway. Like that's so unbelievably lazy. And that's more and more prevalent as you get into later generations. Hello, Bronze Vixen. Welcome to the stream. You think the Scarlet Violet OST is good? I haven't heard it, so I can't really comment on that. In general, I actually tend to play games with the music turned off. In a lot of cases, I usually listen to my own music. Not universally, but it's something that I often do. Helping Hand is really cool. They just helping handed each other though. Totally useless. Francis, you think the newer games are poorly optimized and the prices also went up? I think, honestly, I think when Gen 3 came out, it was probably, I think they cost about $60. I can't remember though, it was a very long time ago. I don't have very good memories because I was too young. Okay, Nodot's level 20, so we're not going to be training Nodot anymore. Get out of here. We need to train Snowy and Sky. Yeah, Pokemon gameplay is super slow. I don't think Bullet Seed is 100% accuracy. No, I think you're wrong about that. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's 100% accurate. I think a lot of ROM hacks changed it to be 100% accurate, but I don't think it's 100% accurate in the base games, but I might be misremembering. You think the Iron Tree Branch designs are nostalgia bait? It's not. It's like the worst of both worlds. It's like nostalgia bait and it's like new laziness. It's it's terrible. Check the summary in game. I could do that. Yeah, I don't even have to wiki it. I can just check the summary in game. I'll do it after this battle. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's still subjective. That's why I said I don't mind someone disagreeing with me. If someone says that they believe the newer designs are better than the older designs, I don't really care. But if I say that the older designs are better than the newer designs, and then someone says, like, what about Grimer? It's like, yes, Grimer exists. Okay, we get it. But, like, there's 500 Pokemon versus, like, there's 500 old Pokemon versus 500 new Pokemon. You can't just point at Grimer and, like, and win the argument that way. Not that it's even really an argument to begin with, but it's just a pet peeve of mine. And especially when it comes to the naming, like the naming localizations got significantly worse over time. So there was a very small group of people who did the naming localizations for most of the older games up to a very specific point. And you can actually tell when like the names started to change and got lazier and got worse. And it was actually very recent. It's like either Sword and Shield or Scarlet Violet where the names like dropped off a cliff. And if you look at the credits for the games, you can see that most of the localization team for the newer ones are different too. So it's not just like it's not something that like you're imagining. Like it's actually true that the localization changed. If you want to believe that it's better or worse, that comes down to opinion, but it's indisputable that the localization changed with the newer games, specifically, like very, very, very newer games specifically. And so if I say that and then someone says like, oh, well, what about Gen 1? Like, what about Seal? That was a really lazy localization, and it's like, yes, but what about the other, 600 Pokemon that all had good names versus the newer Pokemon who have basically, like, the way the new Pokemon are named is like either just like complete nonsense, like made up words, or they don't even translate them. They just use like some like version of the original Japanese, which some of the older Pokemon were like this too. But the ones that I really don't like are the ones that just have like memes for names, like Lechonk. Like, I hate, oh my god, I hate the fact that they named a Pokemon Lechonk. That's gonna age so terribly. It's like, it's something that's gonna get like Reddit upvotes like right now for like a few years, like around the time when the game came out, and then like 10 years from now, people are gonna think the name Lechonk is really stupid, and they're gonna look back at it and they're gonna be like, they're just gonna make fun of it for being like a name that someone would come up with on Reddit. Like, I don't know, it's just weird for me personally. Yes, can I check Bullet Seed? I'll do it after this battle, I swear. You can name a Pokemon from each gen that you personally don't like, yes, but can you name the number of Pokemon in each generation that have either better or worse names on average, and then compare that number from generation to generation? That's a completely different conversation than finding one Pokemon in each generation that you don't like. Bullet Seed, okay, it is 100% accurate, you're right, so I must have got hit with Sand Attack. I'm actually really surprised that it's 100. I was so convinced. I've believed this for years. I always thought that Bullet Seed was not 100% accurate, and I thought that there were ROM hacks that changed it to be 100% accurate. I think that's the part of it that stuck in my brain, is that I thought that there were ROM hacks that changed it to be 100% accurate, which then made me believe that it was originally not 100% accurate. That's one way how false memories get implanted, is by tying it to like a separate memory. Like, you have one idea that something works a certain way, and then like if A, then B must be true. So then you start thinking that B is true, but then actually like A wasn't even true to begin with, which is a very complicated way to explain what I'm trying to say. Duke Nuka, you also don't like Lechonk. Good. Snom is pretty stupid, yeah. That, like, again, it just comes back to the ones that I was already criticizing, but like Iron Bundle. There's like 15 different Pokemon who all have like Iron X as their name. Like, that's so lazy. Like, none of the older generations did anything like that. The closest thing we had was like Regice, Registeel, and Regirock. And that was only 3 Pokemon. And then later they expanded it by adding more Regis. And I can't think of any other thing that's even close to having like 15 different Pokemon who all have Iron in their name. And are just reskins of old Pokemon designs. Alright, so for this fight, May is bringing Wailmer, Shroomish, and Combuskin. So I want to think about who's going to be the most useful against Combuskin, and I want to save them for later. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any good Mon against Combuskin. I think maybe Shroomish is the best against Combuskin because we can Leech Seed it. So okay, I think I want to go Snowy, Nodot, and then Sky. I think that's our order. I'm going to try to stand on a grass tile, on not a grass tile if I can. Yeah, I want to try to stand on a plains tile if I can, so I can use Swift. I think we can win this. I don't know if we can win it on the first attempt, just because I'm going in with like not great information. I'd like to kill this thing before its rollout gets out of control. That crit helped a lot. Okay, so Blaziken should come in next, or Combuskin should come in next. What do I want to do against it? I don't think Leer is going to be that significant. I think we're just going to quick attack for damage. Okay, so now Shroomish comes in. We need to get the Leech Seed up. Focus Energy there is clutch. Now I want to Stun Spore. Now do we Mega Drain? I think we Mega Drain here. I don't know if this keeps us alive. Paralysis might. No. Well, the crit probably didn't help either, but he did focus energy. Okay, so now No Dot has to kind of carry this. We can fake out. Okay. Now we need to beat Shroomish. Okay, so the only thing I don't like about this is that we lost 2 Pokemon. So even if we win here, it's not great. Swift doesn't make contact, so we should be able to just spam Swift here to win. Okay, so doing the whole thing where like we try to prevent any Pokemon from fainting is just not going to work for me. Because I'm not super interested in redoing this battle and optimizing it around Combusken and trying to make sure that none of my Pokemon faint when it basically kills all of my team members in 2 attacks. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move forward under the assumption that we're just trying to match the levels of the opponents and the numbers of Pokemon that they have. Which goes back to what I said before about how I'm not that strict about like setting rules and then, you know, doing everything that I can to make sure that I always follow those rules. For me, it's more like I'm willing to just like adapt to what I think is most fun or most possible in order to just continue the playthrough in the spirit of the original challenge, which is the spirit of the original challenge is just to beat the game with grass types only. I'm going to try to do it in the most impressive way that I can, but I'm willing to make concessions, especially when it comes to me, like my vision of what is fun, which is typically not staying too long on one specific task. I will leave that to the people who do most of their content off stream and then post highlight videos. It's a lot easier to do that. My strength is more just getting through things quickly and not staying fixated on one thing for too long, which is coincidentally often better for streaming. I might have put him in Blaze range, which is why I took extra damage from Ember. Could be true. Yeah, I thought we could win there, so I'm not surprised that we won. I'm a little surprised we won on the first attempt, but I'm not mad about it. Got a Great Ball. I need to check Watson's levels now. Watson is level 22, level 23. Magnemite, Voltorb, and Magneton. Excuse me. So we need 3 Pokemon up to level 23. That's the goal. Which Pokemon are we going to use? So I said this already, but I want to try and beat Watson without using Breloom. That's my goal. I know if we use Breloom, we can definitely beat him. Breloom can just about sweep Watson. If not reliably, then pretty often, and then with 2 team members behind him, he will pretty much always win. But I want to try to do it without, just to see if I can. Is this guy... Could you poison him? Yes, you can. Okay. What does Absorb do? It's not terrible damage, actually. I thought Absorb would have done way worse than that. I could use Sleep Powder to beat the Combusken. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I just don't really like sleep in Pokemon. I could have used some berries too to extend my HP a little bit. Yeah, there's optimizations I could have done, but I'm just not that interested in doing like a no death challenge. That was not even part of my original vision. It was just something I would like try to do if and when I can. I have to be a little bit careful here. I don't want to overlevel my team members before Watson. The level gap between that May fight and this Watson fight is actually not that wide. Abra shouldn't be able to do anything to me. It has some kind of hidden power. I don't know what kind, but it's not effective. Yeah, I don't like sleep. I don't like I genuinely do not like sleep at all. Like, some people are the type where, like, they don't like it when they're, you know, they don't like when the AI uses sleep against you and puts you to sleep, or they don't like when they're playing competitive and the opponent puts you to sleep. But, like, for me, I don't even like using sleep. Like, I just don't think it's a good mechanic at all. I'm just not a fan of it. That's probably one of the things that later gens have done better, is that over time they've made sleep less and less dominant. It's still way too powerful, but it's at least not as bad as it was in earlier gens. Okay, we're just gonna get full parrot 18 times in a row again. By the way, I was thinking after I finish this playthrough, I might start streaming some of my Battle Frontier stuff, because I do it a lot. I actually play Battle Frontier a decent amount off stream. I like the Battle Hall, especially, which is like 1v1s. You don't actually see very many people stream Battle Hall content or even post any Battle Hall content, but I actually like it. It's pretty interesting. It's all 1v1s, so it can sometimes come down to like matchup fishing, but if you understand the Battle Hall really well, you can plan it in such a way where it's like it becomes more about planning and strategy and less about fishing for good matchups. In Gen 5, every time you switch, the counter resets. It makes you wonder who even designed it. Yeah, that's pretty bad. You've done Battle Frontier too? Yeah, I don't like permadeath in general. It's just not that interesting to me. Like, the dynamic of like switching Pokemon around in battle and using sacrifices is way more interesting to me than the idea of switching around and like trying to keep everyone alive. But I do absolutely, I find it very impressive, the people who are able to do that. I find it extremely impressive. It's just not something that interests me personally. Sell all this junk we just picked up. And then if we deliver the Harbor Mail right now, we should be able to get the game case from one of these houses. I don't remember which one. There's our Rock Smash. You could technically use Rock Smash against Watson if you have like no better option, but typically you're gonna have some kind of better option. You do like Sleep Status in other RPGs? Yeah, I like it in other RPGs. I just don't like it in Pokemon. Specifically in Pokemon, I don't like it. I love Sleep in like Etrian Odyssey, for example. I think Etrian Odyssey is like one of the best designed RPGs of all time, though. Like, there's really no other game that's as well balanced as like the Etrian Odyssey series. Are we gonna gamble? Maybe. I remember, you know, honestly, I tried doing. So if you go back and look at the archives of my Sapphire streams, I did a stream where I was gonna do gambling, and we got sick of it pretty fast, and we just stopped doing it, and we just went to do other stuff instead. So I can probably say that we're not gonna do any gambling on stream. I don't even know if I would do it off stream, honestly. All right, so we got a couple things to consider here. Let's beat Wally first. Then we're gonna have to go get Roselia. I believe we can get Roselia now. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey is awesome. People have asked me about it before too, because I talk about it a lot in the Discord, and I've talked about it in my other streams. And people are always like asking me if I'll stream it. But the problem is, I don't think it's a very exciting game to watch like a stream of. I don't think people would. I don't think even the people who think that they would enjoy it probably wouldn't enjoy it very much. It's just not an exciting. It's like, it's a really fun. It's almost like the pinnacle of like the single player experience. Like it's extremely fun to just sit there and play Etrian Odyssey by yourself, and you can just play like all day long and lose track of time. But it's just not that fun to watch other people play, and it's not something that like there's no like multiplayer involved. There's just not stuff that like appeals in the same way that like games that typically get streamed. I don't know. Maybe some people would find it more interesting. Maybe I'm underestimating it. Maybe people would actually enjoy watching my Etrian Odyssey streams, but it's not something that I'm interested in doing. You haven't played it before, Skywing? Yeah, you should definitely at least try it. I highly recommend either starting with, if you can get the HD remake, you can just play the original Etrian Odyssey 1. I think it holds up really well. I think Etrian Odyssey 1 is still very arguably one of the best, if not the best game in the series. But I'm going to stop saying this, obviously. That's just my opinion. I don't need to keep saying it. If I say something, it's my opinion, okay? I don't need to keep telling you guys that it's my opinion. So yeah, I think Etrian Odyssey 1 is still like arguably one of the best games ever made. And then Etrian Odyssey 2 is honestly just like an expansion pack to Etrian Odyssey 1. I don't think 3 is very good personally, and I don't love 4. So 3 and 4, in my opinion, are like the weak point of the series. And then 5 is like incredible. If you can play 5, 5 is also a good place to start. So I think either 1 HD, 2 Untold, which is like a remake of 2, but it's very faithful to the original, while adding a lot of good stuff, or Etrian Odyssey 5 are all worth starting with. And it's the kind of series where you can play the games in any order, so you don't really need to worry about what order you're playing them in. Let me just confirm that you can get a Roselia here. I'm pretty sure you can. So Mauville City. Route 117. Here you get Oddish at 10% and Roselia at 20%. Yeah, so we can get a Roselia here. Ooh, Volbeat's only a 4% encounter in Ruby. We got the rare Volbeat encounter before we got any of the more common ones. If I see something I can kill easily, I guess I'll kill it, just to start getting ready for Watson. We're probably going to use Grovyle, maybe, I don't know. Grovyle doesn't have any good moves is the problem. Like, we're seriously stuck on Absorb, it's crazy. Yeah, don't start with Nexus, I agree with that. Nexus is like really good at like after you've played other Etrian Odyssey games. I actually think Nexus is made really well. I don't think it's as good as 5 for me, but it's up there with 5 as like, you know, it's like really good. But it's especially fun if you play older Etrian Odyssey games, because you get to Nexus is basically a game that like takes everything from the first 5 games and like blends them together into one game, into like one campaign. Honestly, I would tell people to start with 5 at this point, or 1 HD. I think those are the 2 best starting points. A lot of people would say to start with 4 because it's very beginner friendly, but I honestly think 4 is the worst game in the series, so I wouldn't recommend it to anyone for any reason. He can use Rock Smash, but I just don't think it's worth it. I think we can win without doing that. Grey Bell, you think you're the only person who doesn't like Etrian Odyssey? No, there's a lot of people who don't like Etrian Odyssey. It's a turn-based first-person RPG. Those do not have very wide appeal, historically speaking. Ooh, we crit. Okay, we got our Roselia. Now, I'm not sure if Roselia actually gets Sludge Bomb or not. Let's find out. So Roselia is a special attacker. It's decently fast, and its attack isn't actually terrible either. So if it can get Sludge Bomb, it might be worth considering. It learns Poison Sting, which is not good. It gets Toxic. That's really good. It can learn Sludge Bomb. I think it's worth it to go with the same natures that we did with our other Pokemon, where we wanted to use poison attacks and grass attacks. So we'll go with Bold, Modest, Calm, Timid, Adamant, Impish, Careful, or Jolly. And I didn't save before catching this thing, so hopefully we get what we want on the first attempt. We'll name this one after Tricky. We didn't already name a Tricky, did we? Did we already do a Tricky? Am I going crazy here? Someone tell me if we already named a Pokemon Tricky. You only get one Sludge Bomb TM. Yeah, dungeon crawling first-person RPGs do not appeal to most people. It's an extremely niche genre. You get it in Dewford after beating Norman. Okay, yeah, this is our first Tricky. We got Bashful. Bashful is not on our list to avoid, so we should be fine. So we'll do Roselia, level 13. Bashful. Roselia is another one like Plusle and Minun where it doesn't evolve, so it has like decent stats. Decent base stats, like comparable to like usually like a second form Pokemon, which is pretty good at this stage in the game. Okay, for our IVs, we have middling HP, high attack, high defense, low special attack, not great, but not terrible. Honestly, when you're using grass attacks, you're usually using them for like special, super effective damage. Middling special defense and really good speed. Okay, good speed and good attack. This could be our Sludge Bomb Pokemon. And it's a neutral nature. We do have to train this thing up if we're going to use it against Watson. I don't know if we're going to use it against Watson. So realistically, what should we use against Watson? That's what we should be thinking about. I honestly think Snowy is a no. Zigzagoon is a no. Sky is for sure yes, because we can evolve it into Breloom. I'm pretty sure you can evolve it into Breloom before fighting Watson. So after that, our options are between basically Nodot, Tricky, and Francis. Tricky would require the most amount of training, which is the one reason to avoid using it. And Poison Point's not that useful against a bunch of Steel types. Especially when they don't make contact with me anyway. What does it got for moves? We can get Leech Seed, Mega Drain, and Stun Spore. That's actually pretty good. We'll have a second Leech Seeder. And with Mega Drain too. And Steel does not resist Grass, I don't think. Well, let's get the one that we know we're using up to level 23 first, and then we'll start considering what to do after that. Bashful, Tricky. You can't evolve in this generation. Yeah, you get Roserade later on, which is, I think, pretty good. Steel does resist Grass? I didn't know that. Oh, you know why? I'm probably thinking of the Jasmine fight, where you fight against Steelix, and because it's Steel Ground, Grass is like neutral damage against it. This is going terribly, by the way. Yeah, so we're really weak. We're really weak against Flying types, Fire types, and other Grass types. I've noticed that other Grass types are really punishing us because we just don't have any way to like damage them fast enough, and the fights just take forever. It gives them more chances to hack us. Aeron is also Steel Rock, yeah. So we're probably going to lose to this Roselia 1v1. But that's fine, because if I faint, I can get something else in for free. Yeah, maybe we train up Tricky and use Tricky here. Oh, I also remember, I just remembered, I specifically said I don't want to use Breloom. So really our team would be Nodot, Tricky, and Francis. That would have to be our team for the Watson fight if I wanted to do it without using Breloom. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can win with these three Pokemon. Nuzleaf, Roselia, and probably Gloom. I think we can get Gloom. Let me just double check the level cap again. So we're going to level 23 on these 3 Pokemon. Honestly, Roselia might be one of our best options for facing other grass types right now, because Poison Sting is like not completely terrible. I'm actually going to do this though. Where's the experience share? I'm actually just going to give this to Roselia and then put Nodot in the lead. That's going to allow us to get Roselia's level up quicker without switch training. The top percentage of Roselia. It had pretty good stats overall, honestly. I'm not going to fake out here because I think this thing has rough skin. And I didn't even need it for the kill anyway. This guy I think has birds. Can I sweep with growth? Maybe, yeah. That's not a good sign. But we're going to have opportunities. In fact, let's do this. Let's test this out. So the problem with setting up with growth is that we're going to be getting hit with Supersonic and Sonic Boom. So it's probably not going to be that. It's not going to go as well as this is going. And this is already going pretty bad because we're already confused now. But if we set up all of our Bullet Seeds, it still doesn't even do really that much damage. I mean, that wasn't a full setup, but that's like, realistically, we're probably not even going to be able to set up 3 times against him before we just get Sonic Boom to death. And then we're going to be hitting ourselves with Confusion. We're going to be paralyzed. We're going to be getting hit with Sonic Boom. We're going to be confused and paralyzed. Like, I don't think setup works very well against Watson. There's just not a good time to set up against him because all of his Pokemon have, you know, confusion, paralysis, hacks. Like, this would be good. If they weren't all Steel types who resisted Bullet Seed, it would go a little bit better. But yeah, I don't know. Leech Seed is good. I think Leech Seed will be more useful in growth. The thing about Leech Seed is that it doesn't matter if you get paralyzed or confused. That's what sets Leech Seed apart. So with setup, if you get paralyzed or if you get confused, it ends up really hurting you. But with Leech Seed, if you get paralyzed or confused, it doesn't really matter. In fact, you can just switch your Pokemon around and you'll be totally fine. You'll just continue getting passive healing. I'm not ready for Wind Straits yet, I don't think. Actually, let me look up the Wind Straits. Okay, the Wind Straits are level 20, level 16, level 22. I feel like if we fight the Wind Straits, we might accidentally level up. Oh, they also lead with a Tailo, which is going to be tough for us to get past. So the first thing we would fight is a Tailo, and then after that, we'd be struggling considerably for every following battle because we wouldn't have a chance to heal between the battles. So yeah, I'm not going to do the Wind Straits yet. I'm going to wait until I can do it a little bit more comfortably. This would be a good chance to get some experience for Tricky. She's with her Kohai. I always find it funny when you're playing Pokemon games and you can tell that they use like Kohai or Senpai, but they translate it into something else. I'm actually not sure what to do here. I guess I'll just growth. Now the question is, what is Makuhita gonna do? He's gonna get himself poisoned like a buffoon. Okay. Interesting strategy. Tricky gets most of the experience because of the experience share. It would have been funny if he poisoned himself too. Another problem with Nature Power is you usually fight Pokemon in a terrain where they're the same type. Yeah, that's true. Like, you'd fight water types in water. So then if it turns into like a water type move, it's usually not that useful against them. I honestly think the Earthquake Nature Power is by far the best one. But we can't use that against Watson. We'll be stuck with Swift, I think. Which is like okay, but not great. If we could get Nature Power Earthquake against him, it would be nice. Dude, Fake Out is so based. Fake Out into Swift. This is why we made sure to get like good attack power on our Pokemon, is for because a lot of them have like a secondary effect that like relies on attack. Like so Dark is actually special, so that doesn't really matter, but he does make really good use of Fake Out, so he wants good attack. Tricky wants to use Sludge Bomb, so they want good attack. Sky is going to want to use fighting moves, which also require strong attack, and then Francis is going to want to use Sludge Bomb as well, which is also high attack. We're probably not going to be able to get Sludge Bomb on every person who wants it, but it gives us options later for who we want to use as our Sludge Bomb user. Because I actually don't know for sure which one would end up being better. Look how much damage Fake Out's doing, that's crazy. Okay, we do have a pretty big level lead, but still. Yeah, sweeping with growth would be an interesting idea, but I don't think it's going to work. We got Mega Drain already. Vileplume would be a good option. I don't disagree, but Roselia might be just as good or better. It's hard to tell. Yeah, definitely not Blossom. No, I'm not planning to use Blossom. The only reason I'm going to get Blossom is just for like completion's sake. Just so that I can say that I got every grass type in the run. I know you have this idea that I'm going to use Leech Seed and then I'm going to use Growth a bunch of times, but it's just not going to happen because I'm going to be getting hit with Supersonic, Thunder Wave, and Sonic Boom the entire time. They're not going to give me time to do that. It's very unreliable. If we reset over and over again, we could find, you know, an attempt where it works, but it's not what I would consider a reliable strategy. Shadow Ball is good in caves. Vileplume has 20 more base attack than Roselia. Oh, I didn't know that. That's worth considering then. So Tricky is more powerful than Francis right now, but Francis will become more powerful over time, especially once they evolve. I mean, that makes sense. Let me just lead Francis right now. Doduo, not what I wanted to see. I'm gonna Poison Powder. God, that's so much damage. Then I'm gonna switch into Sky. And I'm gonna Leech Seed if I can. Okay, why would you not peck there? You had lethal. I'm actually trying to get killed here and it's not going to kill me fast enough. Why would you not peck there? What are you doing? Yeah, they have the basic AI that just checks to make sure that their move doesn't do nothing. Oh, there's a lot of trainers there. Hold on, let me go heal. Do I need to? Sort of. I bought the potions for this reason, so we wouldn't have to keep running back to the Pokemon Center. Drakey gets Toxic for free. Toxic's really good. If you watch my Sapphire stream, I ended up like Toxic stalling a lot of the late game encounters because I didn't feel like grinding. I'd like to avoid doing that if I can, but then again, we're doing grass only, so like Toxic is going to be a big part of our identity. Like, it's not just Toxic stalling just because Toxic stalling is strong, but it's you know, using Toxic because that actually is a part of the identity of grass, especially the grass poison types. This one is going to be very resistant to our absorbs, so I'm going to bring in Note out here. Petal Dance is pretty good. I've used it before. I used it on a Gen 1 run. I've never really used it in more modern runs though, but I'm sure it's still just as good. Who's going to get the Giga Drain? I think a lot of them actually learn it naturally. So I'd probably only use the TM if I had to on someone who doesn't learn it naturally. Yeah, Dustox and Beautifly actually counter grass types pretty hard too. They double resist our grass moves, which means we have to rely on like Nodot. Maybe Sceptile with Pursuit. Because most of our team is injured now. Sneak past you. Get some healing. Yeah, the Pokemon AI just checks. So for basic trainers, it just checks to make sure that the move doesn't do nothing. Like it won't use Ghost type moves against a normal type, for example, or normal type moves against a Ghost type. But then after it removes those moves from contention, after that it just picks at random. Cacturne has Needle Arm. Yeah, I want to use Cacturne. Even if I don't use it in the long run, I want to like catch one and experiment with it and use it a little bit, because I don't think I've ever used Cacturne before. Yeah, it's really interesting that like almost every grass type just gets Mega Drain naturally. But then if you look at the fire types, like almost none of them get Flamethrower for like the first, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 generations. It's the same with like Surf, like every water type can learn Surf. And it's a reusable TM. But for some reason, Flamethrower is like extremely limited in who gets it. Like there's only a few copies. Still no full heals in the shops, darn. There's only like a few copies of Flamethrower. Like there's usually only like 1 copy of Flamethrower per game, as opposed to Surf, which you can just use over and over and over again. Nothing worth selling. Yeah, Cacturne has 115 attack, 115 special. It would be really interesting if we can actually make Cacturne work. I would love to use Cacturne if I can. Just because I've never done it before, it has like a novelty factor. Yeah, let's at least beat Watson today. I think that's going to be my goal for today is going to be to beat Watson. And then next week we'll try to do like 3 or 4 gyms. So theoretically, we could maybe beat this challenge in 3 streams. If we're doing like 3 or 4 gyms per stream. And then we can just do like the Elite Four as like part of the last stream. We could do like Tate, Liza, and the Elite Four as the last stream. Maybe. Cacturne is very slow, but it's also frail, and it's weak to a bunch of different types. Yeah, that's actually a very common problem in Gen 3. A lot of the new Pokemon introduced in Gen 3 are both slow and frail. It's very strange. It's the reason why most Gen 3 Pokemon aren't like competitively viable in any generation, like from 3 until forever. Unless they get like Mega Evolutions or something else to fix them. Even Breloom is really only good because it has Spore, and Mach Punch as well. Mach Punch helps a lot because it helps with it being so slow. But it's not like actually, if you look at it like its stats, it's actually not that good. There should be like some hidden items around here. So Shroomish does learn Giga Drain, but Breloom does not. That's fine. The Hoenn Special is what they call it nowadays. We can breed like new versions of the Pokemon if I need to. If I need to like fix them. If I really absolutely need to. Like if I need a super hyper optimized Breloom for the end of the game, I can hatch a new Shroomish or catch a new Shroomish and train it up. I doubt it's gonna come to that. I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to win without going that far. I'm just gonna run away from this thing. I don't have a great way to fight it. I hate the fishing in Gen 3, unfortunately, so we're not going to be able to fish to grind against water types. It's almost impossible to fish with speed up on, but if I turn speed up off, I'm going to lose my mind. So I'm going to have to go find somewhere else to train. Probably over here. Technically, Roselia is like one of the best things you... Oh, hold on a second. We haven't fought this guy yet. Technically, Roselia is like one of the best things you can fight at this point because it gives a ton of experience. But if you don't have any moves that can actually hurt it, it doesn't really work. Okay, no Liquid Ooze. Cacnea also gets spikes. That's funny. I don't know if there's really any reason to use a spiker, honestly, in PvE. The reason spikes are really good in PvP is because players tend to switch their Pokemon a lot. Unfortunately, in PvE, the AI like basically never switches their Pokemon, so there's basically never any reason to use hazards. Oh, this is fun. Getting confusion hacks. I would honestly say like confusion para hacks is like the Gen 3 special. Yeah, Poison Heal's really good for Breloom. It helps him a lot. Breloom is one of those ones that's like good in spite of its bad stats, not because of its stats being good, which honestly I think is one of the best ways to design a Pokemon. Give it some kind of unique ability or trait that makes it work without needing to have super overinflated stats. Now we got Francis evolving into Gloom. Sky Uppercut's pretty good. I don't know about it. I haven't used Sky Uppercut before. I think Mach Punch is really good though. Alright, so we got a couple more levels. We need to train each of our Pokemon, but we're pretty close. We could even use some of the rare candies we picked up, but I'd rather save them for later when grinding is going to take longer. We might also snuck past some trainers before, so we'll all go back and search for them. We did fight this guy already. I did it. I'm a Gloom. Yeah, fighting moves are lacking in most of the early gens. Rock types too. Rock and fighting were just like screwed over for so long. It's kind of interesting because I mean they're good types, but like in terms of like what they do, like their typing is good. But if you don't have the ability to like do anything with your typing, it ends up not mattering. Okay, yeah, we didn't sneak past any trainers. We could go on Bike Road now, though. What is it called? Bicycle Road? Cycling Road? We have no moves left. I'm just gonna run away. I'm gonna use a Repel now, too. I don't want to keep running away from battles. I'm just gonna go down here, use the Pokemon Center, and then I'm gonna get on Cycling Road and fight the trainers there. And that should get us up to level 23 on our Pokemon. Yeah, like in Gen 4, close combat, 120 power, like that's when fighting types actually finally started to get a chance to do something. Okay, so we've got 3 Pokemon all training still. You don't automatically get onto the bike, so you have to actually manually get onto it in order to get on Cycling Road. Focus Punch is also nice. Focus Punch is another one that works really well in PvP, but it doesn't really work in PvE. Because in PvE, the opponents pretty much always just hit you. So Focus Punch always gets interrupted. I'm going to Poison Powder here, because I need to save Absorb PP. Yeah, Brick Break is like the best move in the early gens, and it's not very good at all. I think it has like 60 base power or something in this gen. I mean, yeah, this thing's not going to match up very well against Magnemite, or especially Magneton. But the thing is, mostly what we're going to be doing is like switching around and like tanking their attacks, while we let Leech Seed do most of the work. this thing could get Leech Seed, it would be nice too, but I don't know what level it learns it at. I'm too lazy to look up the level up learn sets for every Pokemon. Spore Focus Punch is good. Yeah, but I hate sleep mechanics, so I would never do that. Okay, hold on, this is the time to switch. I'm not gonna waste all of my absorb PP. I can bring in Nodot here. Yeah, Hariyama, like, focus punching to catch other players when they switch is really nice. But it just doesn't really work in PvE. The opponents don't switch. They just stay in and attack you. And they don't even really use setup moves very often. They just stay in and attack you. So, I mean, it would be good against the ones that, like, it would be good against the ones that spam, like, Thunder Wave and Confusion and stuff like that. But then in that case, then if you hit yourself Confusion or if you get full parried, then it still ends up not doing anything. So it's just, yeah, it's just not as good in PvE. There's just a bunch of reasons why it's not as good. This is crazy. We're dealing like no damage even after setup. We're fine though. Leech Seed is going to carry us to victory. Oh really? Oh really? We need a good dark type move. I could teach it Thief now. Dude, bro, you have to be kidding me. We have hit ourselves in Confusion so many times. And then the 2-turn Bullet Seed. And then the 2-turn Bullet Seed comes in to save the day. Wonderful. You love to see it. Okay, we've got another Leech Seeder now. Question is, what do we switch? Poison Sting won't be immediately useful, but if we lose Poison Sting, we'll never get another poison type attack until we learn Sludge Bomb, which is kind of a big deal, honestly. Especially if this is going to be our Sludge Bomb Pokemon. The question is Poison Sting really that good? Not really. But it's one of the few ways that we can hit opposing grass types. Well, here's the thing. Mega Drain against an enemy grass type is 20 effective power. Poison Sting is... No, hold on a second. 40. 60 divided by 2 is... Okay, so Mega Drain against an opposing grass type is 30 effective power. Poison Sting is 45 effective power. So Poison Sting is our best option against opposing grass types. I'm actually going to lose Stun Spore. I don't think we need to have like 5 different Pokemon who all have Stun Spore. We have enough Stun Spore users. I don't think we need like another Stun Spore user. I think Leech Seed is way more important, and Leech Seed is like good to have on multiple Pokemon. And yeah, like our Poison Sting does enough damage that it's not completely useless for like saving PP against lower level mons. Hold on a second, I might need to go heal again. Yeah, I definitely need to go heal again. Was that Brendan? I thought I saw Brendan standing under Cycling Road. I could be wrong. Yeah, Poison Sting is also good for fishing for poison. It's not as useful because we just have... The thing is, like, we have other Pokemon who can use powders, so we don't need Roselia to be our powder user. No, that's not Brandon. That was an old lady. I don't know how I confused an old lady for Brendan. Should be able to fight some of these guys. My god, please go away. I hate this guy. He's one of my least favorite NPCs. I hate NPCs who just force you to sit there in long dialogue boxes. I don't know why Pokemon thinks it's a good idea to keep adding them to the game. Okay, so yeah. So what I'm noticing is that Gloom matches up very poorly against Magnemite and Magneton, unfortunately. Maybe if we stayed as an Oddish for a few more levels, we could have learned... In fact, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna see if, like, maybe if we had stayed as an Oddish for a few more levels, we could have learned a move that would help. That's like an optimization that we could have done, which I didn't consider because I was being lazy. So in Gen 3, Oddish learns Acid at level 23, which doesn't do anything. So no, that wouldn't have helped us at all. What about Gloom? What does Gloom learn? Gloom won't learn Acid, but Acid won't work anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, it makes no difference. This, unfortunately, we probably would have to use some kind of TM to make Gloom effective in this battle. But we can use it as a tank, so it's not completely worthless. Everyone's spamming Rydell in the chat. Yeah, it's because I saw the gray hair. Yeah, we have Poison Powder and Stun Spore. I don't think we'll even need to use that against Voltorb. Because he's not a Steel type, we can actually just like kill him with a single strong Grass type move. I think. Really? Gloom doesn't learn Thief. I wouldn't like him to learn Thief anyway. I'd rather give it to one of my dark types for stab. So either Cacturne or Nuzleaf. I'll teach it to Nuzleaf now if I have to, but I don't think I have to. Again, I really think that Leech Seed is largely going to carry this battle. We might be able to win it now. We're getting close to the level cap. And it might be the case where like we don't really need... Bro. I hate when a move is 75% accurate and then instead of hitting 3 out of 4 of them, you miss 3 out of 4 of them. It's absolutely crazy. Nuzleaf does get Feint Attack later. Yeah, but like someone has to use Thief. So if anyone's going to use Thief, I would rather have it be someone who's getting stabbed from it. Maybe Cacturne's better if Cacturne doesn't get Feint Attack. I think they all get Feint Attack though. Alright, let's check our levels now. We have level 22, level 21, level 22. So we're at the level now where we could attempt the battle, and then if we can't win, then we'll go up to the level cap. We might be able to win at this level, because we're not going to get any more new moves from learning more levels. So at this point, the levels are really just a matter of like getting a few extra stats here or there. But is it gonna be enough to matter? Probably not. I don't know if this is worth using Cherry Berries, because again, we're just gonna be stalling him out with Leech Seed anyway. So getting paralyzed isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm just gonna go in with no items. Oh crap, I haven't fought any of the gym trainers yet. I didn't even think about that. Alright, well, fighting the gym trainers will probably get us up to level 22. Magnemite is Steel type in every game after Generation 1. Yeah, that's correct. Cacturne also learns Feint Attack. So yeah, so either way, we're going to get Feint Attack on both of them. I want a fast Pokemon that can use Steel, though. I haven't decided yet. I mean, we don't need to use Steel yet. I'd rather wait and then give it to somebody, like, when we're going to use it. That way we know we're giving it to the best option. Right now, we don't have any... Other than Rock Smash, which could be useful in this fight. But only one Pokemon can learn it out of the ones that we're planning to use. I could definitely see Rock Smash being good here. The problem is if we learn Rock Smash, we can't get rid of it for a long time. We'll be stuck with it for a while. The only move I would feel comfortable removing would be Nature Power, but then we lose access to Earthquake. I'm not sure. I'll use Rock Smash if I have to. I don't think I have to. Metatite is a little tricky because I think it can confuse us. I'm going to start with Leech Seed. He wants to use Thunder Punch instead of Confusion. Okay, sure. So here I want to switch to Nodot in case he uses Confusion. He did not. Now he probably has the Thunder Punch. I'm going to fake him out. See what I mean? Like if we Leech Seed something and then we switch in and then we fake out, they take a ton of damage. Even a Steel type would end up taking multiple Leech Seed procs. I can Bullet Seed here. This guy's spamming Protect when he's Leech Seeded. That's not a very smart play, Chief. Yeah, we could probably get rid of Growth. He's not like a good Growth user because he doesn't have any like good special attacks, I don't think. Other than, I mean, Growth would boost Feint's attack later on. Yeah, but we're not at the point now where we have to replace Rocks, or where we have to learn Rock Smash. I'm not going to learn it until I know that I need to. So that's what the Sonic Boom matchup is going to look like. We do a lot of damage to Voltorb, which is good. So even though we will get hit with Sonic Boom, we'll also heal off a lot of the damage. And then anytime he does anything other than Sonic Boom, we get even more healing. Yeah, I feel very good about the Voltorb matchup. I just think for the Magnemites, we're just going to have to stall them out with Leech Seed. But I do currently feel like we can win. Especially after we get a little bit more experience from this trainer here. In fact, I think there's 2 more trainers. There's fighting girls in multiple gyms in this game. I actually didn't notice that. I did remember that there was a person in this gym that had like a Meditite with Thunder Punch, but I never made the connection that fighting girls appear in multiple different gyms. That's actually a really cool observation. Gen 3 in general has very good world building and like very good gameplay story integration. Like they just have like things that appear in the game that aren't explicitly told to you, but you can infer like story and like narrative information from what you see in the game, which is really cool. So this is a good example of how like even if we get paralyzed, we're still fine, because we're just gonna win with Leech Seed anyway. They justify their gym membership with the elemental punches. All right, so we've got a level 23, we got a few level 22s. This is the worst Pokemon to be in on Magnemite. I do think Gloom is the weak link here, but I think it's tanky enough that we can still use it to soak attacks. And with the Leech Seed healing, we can keep it on the field. Like with Leech Seed plus Absorb, we can keep it on the field for longer and then switch it out. And then we get more healing on the switch. Yeah, like this thing can almost 1v1. This thing can 1v1 a Magnemite as long as the level's not too high. And this would be even, if we had Leech Seed on this Magnemite before switching over to Gloom, this would be even better. Okay, so let me think about how I want to do this matchup now against Watson. Like, who do we want to lead, and then who do we want to switch into? Who do we want to have on the field when certain Pokemon come out? Like, those are the decisions we need to be thinking about. The weak link is the one who doesn't have Leech Seed. Pretty much, yeah. So we actually only have one Leech Seeder. So we have to protect Roselia at all costs. I didn't consider that. We only have one Leech Seeder because I don't want to use Shroomish. I want to prove that you can do this without Breloom. So I know we can beat the Magnemite if we start off with a Leech Seed, but the problem is, if we get paralyzed, we're going to have to come in on Magneton later while paralyzed, which I don't like. Starting with Roselia immediately, Leech Seeding and then switching would be the best play, but there's still a chance that we get paralyzed if we do that opener. In fact, it's probably a very high chance that we get paralyzed. Will that matter? I don't know. Let's try it once and see how it looks, and then if we need to adjust the strategy with like Cherry Berries or Rock Smash or whatever else, then we'll adjust as needed. Hello Francis, welcome back. What did you miss? We just finished prepping for Watson, so here's our strategy. This is our initial strategy. It's probably not going to work. We're probably going to have to refine it. So we start with Roselia into Magnemite. We Leech Seed. We hope we don't get paralyzed here. We do get paralyzed. We have Natural Cure. No, we have Poison Point. Then we switch out. probably to No Dot here. He won't Thunder Wave this turn, but Thundershock can still paralyze us. Thankfully it didn't. Now we Fake Out to get more Leech Seed chip. Then we start setting up Growth. We get paralyzed. See, this is why I don't think the Growth setup is going to work. We're just going to be constantly getting paralyzed, confused. Now we're para-confused. Now we hit ourselves in confusion. I'm going to try Bullet Seeding. At least that wastes his Super Potion. We did snap out of confusion. Okay, Bullet Seed is doing no damage even with setup. So yeah, we shouldn't be wasting time on setup. Literally, Swift is doing more damage than Bullet Seed, even after setting up multiple growths. Now we're confused again. Now we're hitting ourselves in confusion. I still think we win this 1v1, unless he uses Sonic Boom and we hit ourselves in confusion too much, which is exactly what's happening, of course. Now he sees the kill. That was extremely unlikely to happen, but as you know, this is Pokemon, so we're here, we're doing it. If we're faster, which I doubt, yeah. Oh well. Now Voltorb should come out. Okay, I can at least Poison Powder this one. Immediately get Sonic Boomed. And then into Self-Destruct. Perfect. Okay, well, we might be able to 1v1 the Magneton. I kind of doubt it. Start with Leech Seed for sure. Get paralyzed. So the paralysis did matter. Now we're para-confused. Now we're just going to lose from here. There's no way you win from here. Yep, paralyzed again. Paralyzed again. I wonder what the chance of that is. Probably extremely high if the game wants to screw you over. Yeah. So that gives us an idea of what we need to win. So first of all, Tricky absolutely needs a Cherry Berry. Cherry Berry there would have helped a lot. Secondly, I'm trying to think of what else would change. I think we switch into Francis rather than switching into No Dot, because No Dot, well, I don't know. Honestly, the Fake Out is really good. Well, what if we switch in, we Fake Out, and then we switch over to Francis immediately? That might be the best play. I don't think leaving No Dot in was a good idea, because No Dot is going to be the most useful against Magneton, other than Tricky. So we need to preserve No Dot's health for the Magneton, especially because we can Fake Out against the Magneton too, later on. The complication is that I don't think Francis 1v1s the Voltorb. Let's start with just this optimization and see if this fixes it. And then if not, we'll think about using Rock Smash. Francis, I don't want to use more Cherry Berries than I need to. Okay, well that was the worst possible start. I'm going to reset. Miss Leech Seed into get Thunder Waved. What's the accuracy on Leech Seed, by the way? Yeah, Leech Seed is more accurate than Thunder Wave, but sure, I'll miss Leech Seed and he'll hit Thunder Wave after I just got multiple Para-Confusion hacks in the previous attempt. Yeah, the Voltorb will take itself out with Self-Destruct, that's true, but we have to make sure that it hits somebody that we want it to hit. Bruh. Twice in a row. You guys are going to hear me get tilted today. It's already happening. I can already feel it. I'm pretty sure we can win on this attempt with this strategy, as long as we don't immediately miss Leech Seed into getting immediately paralyzed. Okay, so the Cherry Berry procs. The problem is now he might actually Thunder Wave again. Oh, I didn't really consider that. I'm going to go Francis here. Yeah, because I want Francis to get paralyzed. Then he won't Thunder Wave this turn because Francis is already paralyzed. So I can get No Dot in for free. On a Supersonic, okay. Because I'm confused, I'm just going to switch right out to back out to Francis. Francis takes the Thunder Wave. Switch back to No Dot. Supersonic. Missed. Because Supersonic missed, we can fake out here. Then we get another Leech Seed. Then I'm going to switch to Francis. He's going to Potion. Doesn't really matter what I do this turn. I'm just going to absorb. Okay. I can actually fake out again here. Okay, if I get confused, I'll just switch. He should Thunder Wave this turn, so this should be a free switch as well. Yeah, this is what we should have been doing last time already. Just switching around him. And then even if we get hit with Sonic Boom, we just fake out. Heal it off. Switch back to Francis here. Okay, I thought he was going to Super Potion, but he didn't. This is not great. Because now I don't know when Voltorb is going to self-destruct. I'm going to Poison Powder it. Cool. I'm going to try to get him to self-destruct on Francis. Because that would allow me to free switch. And I can't switch anyway because anytime I switch now, I could be switching into a self-destruct, which I don't want to do. Ooh, we got him to burn his second Super Potion. That's fantastic. I think... Okay, so he won't Thunder Wave here. He might self-destruct. I really, really don't want him to self-destruct onto No Dot. I would love to switch here if I could, but I don't think I can because I think there's a chance he could self-destruct here. I just don't know. I don't know what causes him to self-destruct. He probably does it now because his health is low. Oh, we survived it? That's incredible. I'm actually just going to sack here. That way I can get a free switch. Okay, so Tricky comes in. We Leech Seed here. We did finally hit for once. Now we're paralyzed, but this is fine. Because we're paralyzed, he won't use Thunder Wave. So No Dot comes in for free. Crits on his very first attack. Of course he does. There's no reason why that wouldn't happen. We get the free Fake Out. Now we switch. He should Thunder Wave here. No, he Sonic Booms. Interesting. Don't know why he would do that. I'm going to Mega Drain this turn. Because we resist Shockwave. And we have good special defense. I'm pretty sure I 1v1 him now with Mega Drain. Yeah, so the key to winning this battle was understanding when to switch. The switch logic ended up being very crucial here. The trick is that they would always use Thunder Wave against someone who's not paralyzed, and they would never use Thunder Wave against someone who is already paralyzed. So by having one paralyzed and one non-paralyzed Pokemon, you can switch back and forth in order to stall out Leech Seed turns. That's the trick. And we actually could have won without any losses, maybe. I think sacrificing Francis was the best play there, just because it allowed us an easier switch. If we didn't get crit immediately on the first Shockwave, I think we could have also switched a few more times and got more Fake Outs, but we 1v1'd him anyway with Mega Drain. I think that's a good finale for today's stream. I don't feel the need to go any further. I accomplished what I set out to do. I beat Watson using Grass only. We will come back to this, probably not next week, but I'm not sure exactly when I will come back to it, but I will come back to it for sure. I want to complete this challenge. I'm going to try to do it in like 3 long streams instead of doing it in a bunch of short streams. So we're like a little less than halfway through the game right now. We're probably, let's say we're like 30 to 40% of the way through the game. I think we could do this in 3 streams. Yeah, good tactics. Thank you, Skywing. Francis, you've never been so happy to be an Oddish. Tricky, good stream. Thank you. Yeah, thanks to everybody. Oh, he only uses T-Wave if he's slower. I see. Yeah, so maybe maybe he was already faster, which is why he didn't T-Wave. Yeah, Gloom did a lot. A lot more than I expected on that battle. But yeah, thank you to everybody for coming, watching the stream. For hitting like, if you hit like, thanks for liking the stream. If you're new and this is your first one, consider subscribing. I'm going to close out all these extra tabs that I have open. GG, thank you Duke Nuka. And goodbye everybody. For now, enjoy the rest of your day.